Adventures in Research.
Port to hell! We're headed for the rock! It's no use! It's too late! We're done
for! This is Paul Shannon introducing another in a series of programs dealing with the thrilling adventures to be found in the field of scientific research, as told by the men of science themselves. Today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories, is a dramatic one indeed. A story of heroism and courage, undaunted by personal misfortune. Of a man who brought light to others even though he himself lived many years in darkness. The story of Gustaf Dalen. Now, perhaps the name Gustaf Dalen is not familiar to you. Doesn't strike a responsive chord in your memory. But over in Sweden, it's a name that is honored and revered. For Gustaf Dalen was a very famous Swedish inventor, a great man, and what's more, a great humanitarian. To tell his story, we're going back to the town where Gustaf Dalen was born, a place called Stenstorp in southern Sweden. It is the year 1891, and a wedding party is in progress.
It certainly makes a man feel he's really getting old, friend. It just seems like a couple of days ago that Gustaf Dalen was just a boy. And here he is, 22-year-old already, and getting married.
they shoot up fast when they start, don't they? Now, his wife, Elma Pearson that was, and she was only a little mite of a thing not so long ago. Now she's Mrs. Dalen.
And she's taken on quite a job, if you ask me. He'll have her house upset all the time with those crazy inventions of his.
Oh, those crazy inventions. Did you ever see the contraption he built when he was only about 11 years old?
Oh, what was it like?
It was a mechanical device, a clock, connected with a queer-looking contraption. Built it all by himself, mind you, and it worked automatically. At a certain time, it shut the window, lit the burner under the coffee pot, and then 15 minutes later, woke him up.
Oh, that sounds just like Gustaf and his inventions. Always trying to save work for himself and for everyone else, too, of course.
Here they come, everybody!
5 happy, adventurous years followed. For Gustaf Dalen, they were years filled with study and hard work in his chosen field, engineering and physics. In 1896, he was graduated from the Chalmers Polytechnic as a civil engineer, spent another year completing his studies at Zurich, and then returned home.
Welcome home, Mr. Engineer. Oh, it's good to have you back in Stenstorp. How do you feel now that your studies are completed?
Oh, I feel fine, Elma. And ready to go to work. I have a number of things to do. Plans for some new work-saving devices. I have them on paper now, and I want to get them into a workable model form.
All right, Gustaf. I'll keep the children out of your way as much as I possibly can. As I remember, you're a pretty dangerous person to be near when you're experimenting. No, children. Nobody is shooting off any cannons. That's just your father experimenting. You didn't get a wink of sleep last night, and neither did I, and neither did the children. You shouldn't work all night like that, Gustaf. It isn't good for you.
all right. Nothing to worry about.
Oh, Gustaf, you almost blow the whole house down, break 2 windows, and then say it's nothing to worry about.
No, I wonder what went wrong with that little experiment. Well, only one thing to do. Try it again. Yes, Elma, I promise. I'll be more careful. It's finished, Elma, and been accepted. My hot air turbine.
You mean to say that machine is for milking cows?
That's right. A great work saver, don't you think? It's an apparatus for pasteurizing milk, Elma.
I don't know how you invent all these different things, Gustaf. I think it's wonderful. I'm very proud of you. And you're getting to be quite famous. Did you know that?
Yes, Gustaf Dalen, at 37, was becoming quite famous as an inventor. The year 1906 found him occupying the important post of chief engineer of the Gas Accumulator Company, which was then exploiting in Sweden the French invention of dissolved acetylene. 3 years later, 1909, saw him appointed as managing director of the company. One night, he arrived home.
Gustaf, you look tired.
I am tired, Elma. Look, it's a beautiful night. Let's sneak away and go for a sail.
Oh, that's a grand idea. We haven't been sailing for a long time. You've been so busy. I'll be ready in practically no time at all.
Here's where a man can think. Out on the water like this. So restful.
Yes, it's a wonderful night, Gustaf. So dark and mysterious. You can almost feel the blackness, soft as black velvet.
Soft as black velvet. But there's danger in that blackness, Elma. Another boat was dashed to pieces the other night, just because eyes were unable to pierce that black velvet.
I know. It's horrible to think of men being killed on those jagged rocks, and no way of warning them that the rocks are there. We should have more lighthouses.
Yes, we do need more lights to warn the people of the rocks.
But then you'd need more men to look after them, to turn the lights on at night and turn them off in the morning. That would cost a lot of money, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. More than the country can afford. You know, Elma, somebody ought to figure a way to make those lighthouse lights turn off and on automatically, by themselves.
Well, why don't you try it? According to Sven, you used to figure out all kinds of crazy contraptions when you were a boy. Surely you could figure out something for a job like that.
Elma, you're wonderful. That's a wonderful idea. I'll go to work on it right away.
Well, I see where our director has invented a new lighthouse lamp. They say it's quite a big success.
That's what I heard. How does it work?
It's an automatic switch. The lamp operates on acetylene gas, gives a fine, brilliant light, a beacon that can be seen for miles.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful how simple it works, too. Has a device something like an oven thermometer, which contracts as it cools, and that opens the gas valve, and the light comes on.
Sounds simple. How does it turn off, though?
Well, the process is reversed. As the morning sun warms the metal expands and closes the valve, shuts off the light.
Oh, I wish I had a brain that could figure out things like that.
Oh, me too. But there's only one thing wrong with this newfangled way of turning lighthouse beacons on and off.
Oh, what's that?
Now, this acetylene's too dangerous to handle. It's not safe. Why, all you have to do is look at it and it explodes.
But there must be a way to make acetylene safe for men to handle it. There must be a way. I must find it. Elma, I found it at last. I found a way to make acetylene safe to handle. The answer is here in this clay. Absorb the gas by means of this clay. That's the way to do it. Don't look for me the rest of the day, Elma.
What are you going to do?
I've made arrangements to take this tank of acetylene out the country and try a little experiment.
All right, Gustaf. But please be careful.
Oh, I will, Elma. I'll be careful. Don't worry. That's a good fire. Now stand back, everyone. I don't want anyone to get hurt if there should be an explosion. I don't think there will be, but one never knows with this acetylene.
Do you want me to put the tank in the fire, Mr. Dalen?
No, I just want you all to stand back. I'll put the tank in the fire. There.
Looks like the tank's going to hold, Mr. Dalen.
Perfect. That clay you use must be powerful stuff.
Yes, I think we found the answer to the safety problem on acetylene gas. Certainly this experiment we've just been through tells the story, don't you think?
A tank of acetylene set right on top of a roaring fire? Nobody could ask for a better test than that.
Good. Then I'll get the tank. We'll go back into the flat and report on it.
Mr. Dalen, your clothes are on fire. Help me beat out the flames, Axel. Quick, hurry.
Are you all right, Mr. Dalen?
Is anyone hurt?
No, we're both all right.
Oh, that is good. I'm glad.
Easy now, Axel. We must get him to a hospital right away. Be as quiet as you can, Mr. Dalen.
Tell me, Doctor, is there any...
Danger? No, Mrs. Dalen. Your husband was severely burned, but is recovering nicely. The shock was great, of course, but he will be up and about in a few weeks.
You're keeping something back, Doctor. What is it?
Mrs. Dalen, your husband's recovery is a matter of time. But the explosion has destroyed his sight completely. He will never see again.
But, Mr. Dalen, your invention is a success.
Yes, all kinds of tests have been made, and your method of making acetylene beacon safe is a complete success.
But I don't understand. The explosion...
The explosion was caused by a faulty valve in the experimental tank.
A faulty valve. I'm glad. I was afraid it was...
We've brought great news for you, Mr. Dalen. You've been awarded the 1912 Nobel Prize for Physics.
The Nobel Prize?
Yes. The award reads, for his discovery of the automatic regulators, which can be used in conjunction with gas accumulators for lighting lighthouses and light buoys.
Yes, the man who is responsible for the saving of countless lives through his invention of the automatic lighthouse beacon, who brought light to others, himself walked in darkness for the rest of his life. Gustaf Dalen died in 1937, and Sweden and the whole world mourned the loss of a truly great man. Today his beacons of clear, brilliant light guide ships in every sea, each beacon a shining monument to the memory of the man who gave his sight that they might see. Gustaf Dalen. And that's today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Be with us again next week for another interesting story by Dr. Thomas on Adventures in Research.
True stories of people and places, priceless treasures or humble keepsakes. Each with a beginning, none with an ending. The reason? They vanish without trace. The Bahamas, tropical islands of the West Indies, isles of enchantment, magic, and mystery. Bird Rock Island, one island in 1,000. Small, remote, but inhabited by 3 people. 3 people in a lighthouse on a September night in the year 1932. Mrs. Matilda Clark, wife of Bertram Clark, senior keeper of the Bird Rock Light, turns to Thomas Watkins and says,
Come on, Tommy. Don't let your tea get cold.
I don't know. I feel like any.
You don't want to take any notice of Bert's heavy tongue. It's all lash and no bark. You should know that by now.
You don't believe me either.
Here, Tildy, have you seen my pipe anywhere?
You're all short about it now. You know what Bert said.
But I tell you, Tildy, I saw it with my own eyes. A sea monster, I tell you.
Are you still carrying on about that monster?
Yes, I am.
The pipe, Tildy, have you seen it?
It's here, where you always leave it, and your matches.
See that? Like Tommy's story.
You see what I mean?
Now, Tommy.
Of course, you're on his side. You're his wife. Me? I'm only the junior lightkeeper around here. Who's going to listen to me?
Oh, yes, lad, you're right. Who is going to listen? And who'll believe your story anyway? A sea monster indeed.
All right, laugh all you want. Go on, laugh your silly head off. But when the lighthouse inspector calls tomorrow, you won't be laughing. You won't be laughing at all.
Here, now listen to me, lad. You tell Captain Scott all you want to. But you tell him about seeing sea monsters, and you'll be leaving Bird Rock, all right? And on His Majesty's ship Pearl Bay, and you'll be leaving in a straitjacket. There's a junior keeper, Thomas Watkins, is suffering from hallucinations. That's their nice way of saying that you're going off your rocker. You saw a long, dark shape come out of the ocean, weave its long neck to the sky.
Bert.
Well, after all, Tildy, what do you think they'll do if I let a report like this go through? This is 1932, isn't it? Jobs be scarce.
Yes, dear. I suppose you're right.
Well, you do believe me. You're only scared of losing your job. And yet that thing can be roaming the sea lanes, maybe sinking fishing boats around the islands already.
Why not ocean-going liners?
Well, he must have seen something, Bert, and heard it, too.
It had a call like a blown-out foghorn, if I remember.
Yes, there's still another night before the inspector's ship arrives. Could be he won't find us here. Could be we'll have just disappeared.
Could be.
Senior Keeper Clark goes to bed, and accustomed to years of night watch keeping, he goes to sleep quickly and soundly. But the mind of Thomas Watkins continues searching, wondering if perhaps what he's seen, after all, was only imagination. His thoughts drift on, and perhaps that is the reason he doesn't hear a sound. The first time or the second time when Mrs. Clark is bringing him in the tea tray.
What's that sound, Tommy? Tommy.
Oh, sorry, I was thinking.
Didn't you hear it? There it is again.
That's it. That's the sound I heard last night.
It could be just a ship's siren.
Well, if it is, I've never heard one like it.
If we can hear it, we should be able to see it. I can't see a thing. Or hear anything now either.
Just wait until the light comes round again. That's it. That's it. You wait, Bert, and let him hear it, too.
seconds drag into minutes. And each minute the beam of the light completes one revolution. Each turn flashes for one instant across a dark, thin column swaying above the sea.
There it is. See? Over to the east.
The light's coming around that way now. Across the east, southeast, south. Don't see a thing.
You took too long. It wasn't there during the last 2 revolutions.
Hildy said she didn't see it neither.
But she heard it.
And what did it look like this time?
It was like an enormous snake. It towered over the sea as tall as a ship. And I saw it coming out of the water, maybe 4 miles out. Could be more.
Well, there'll be nothing out there but the ocean. I'm going to bed.
But look.
What?
Are you going to report it to the inspector tomorrow?
Here comes the inspector now. You've still got time to write it into the log.
Now, you listen to me, young fella.
Yes, I agree. The Lighthouse is in perfect order. Credit to the senior keeper. Got a recommendation to London.
You hear that? A recommendation to London for the way I keep the lights. Now, what chance would I have if I wrote an entry about a stupid sea monster?
If you don't write it, then I'll tell it.
You do, and it'll be the...
Ah, there you are, Mr.
Sir.
Very creditable job enough. Now, can I see your logbook?
I think Mr. Clark still has one more entry to make, sir.
Oh? That's so far?
No, sir, it ain't. There's the log all complete.
Thank you. Is it on there?
Sir,
Yes, Watkins?
Nothing, sir.
He'd just be nervous if I rank, sir.
Oh, I see. Well, he'll have to get used to it for when he gets his ticket as a senior keeper next year.
I'm sure he will, sir. I'm sure he will.
Very well kept station, Clark. Excellent.
Thank you, sir.
But by the way, before I board the longboat, just a small thing I was going to mention.
Aye, sir.
Nothing in it for you, perhaps, but Kingston University reported a volcanic disturbance in the sea, a few miles east of here.
The lightkeeper's face clouds with concern as he watches the longboat pull away from the shore, sees the naval ship weigh anchor, leave the sheltered inlet. And he grows thoughtful as night again comes to the lonely island.
What be the time, Tildy?
11:35.
Well, I'm glad Tommy's taken over at midnight. I won't be sorry to hit my bunk tonight.
Bert, did you hear that? The same as last night, Bert, but closer.
Oh, it'd be just the wind.
Have you ever heard a wind like that?
Well, it could be a ship blowing its foghorn.
Why? There's no fog tonight?
Well, if it's a ship, we'll see its lights. Could be in distress out there.
What are you doing?
I go to the window to look out, that's all. Yeah.
Well, can you see it?
I can't see a thing yet. Light swinging towards the sounds now. Should see what it is any second. Here, there is something. Here, go down and wake Tommy. He's better on the wireless than I am.
You're going to send a message? Then it's true. Tommy did see.
Here, sounds like he'll be coming up now. Ah, yes.
Well, are you satisfied now?
Here, now look here, young Tom. You'll have to send a message, an urgent one, warning all shipping.
I'll turn the transmitter on. Give it time to warm up.
Listen to it out there. It sounds almost angry.
Whatever it is, it's only about 2 miles away, and it's coming closer.
Oh, Bert, I'm scared.
Oh, we'll be all right, Tildy. This lighthouse be built like a fortress.
Well, the transmitter's almost ready. But what do I send out?
Well, I just warn him. Tell him we've seen some unidentified disturbance from the sea.
The thin bead-like notes stretch out across the ether, push weakly against the heavy curtain of static. Directed to all shipping and to the West Indies Harbour's Board in Kingston. The wireless room of His Majesty's ship Pearl Bay is able to pick up some of the message. Enough to give impetus to prompt action.
Oh, it's you, Wentworth. Something wrong?
I'm not sure, sir. The wireless room picked up part of the signal from the Bird Rock Lighthouse.
Well, let me see it. Unidentified... Oh, it's not very clear. Unidentified something disturbance approaching lighthouse. Request more unintelligible words.
The static was very bad, sir. Seems to be some electrical disturbance in the area.
Seems they want us to return. Took us all 12 hours to get there. Ask the navigation officer to give me a new course. Shortest route to Bird Rock Island.
And 12 hours later, Captain Scott is again standing on the beach he had left less than 24 hours before. The beach of Bird Rock Island. But an island whose shape and size has changed overnight.
What do you make of it, sir?
I don't know what to make of it, Wentworth. Must have been a storm. Yet we saw no signs of storms on any of the other islands around here.
What do you think of the wireless room's theory, sir? That one of the words could have referred to as sea monster from that volcanic disturbance.
Of course not. Take a look at the island. We just pushed all out of shape at this end.
Well, we'll soon know, sir, when we hear what the lighthouse keeper has to say.
Yes, strange he hasn't come out to meet us after the message last night.
Take a look at the living quarters, sir. That could be the reason.
Huh? What do you mean, Wentworth?
Over there, sir. The living quarters seem to have... Well, what's left of them is squashed, flat as an old hat.
Only one person survived that fatal night of 1932. Mrs. Clark, wife of the senior keeper, was found by the two naval men, found inside the shelter of the lighthouse itself. Mrs. Clark was in a state of nervous shock and capable of uttering only two words, sea monster. And when she eventually recovered, one portion of her memory was a blank. She could recall nothing of whatever terrible thing took place on the island that fateful night. The naval theory is that a tornado or waterspout swept across the island and the surrounding sea. But the authorities are unable to account for a black slime which Commander Wentworth found in the rocks surrounding the base of the lights. A fluid not unlike that expelled by the giant squid when enraged. Opinion is still divided on the mystery of the wrecked lighthouse. But one point is poignantly clear. The keeper's dwellings and the two men, Senior Keeper Bertram Clark and Junior Keeper Thomas Watkins, had simply vanished without trace. Be listening again for another true life drama in this fascinating series, Vanished Without Trace.
Calling all detectives. A ship struggling in a storm, and a lighthouse beacon that suddenly goes out just as the ship goes on the rocks. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. You don't have to be a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, to prove the old saying, any port in a storm. I was spending a few days at Windy Point, at the Cliff House owned by old Ezra Crummett.
Yep, about this time every year get a batch of weather. Wind enough to knock Windy Point clear off the map. Sure don't envy Larry Olson up to the lighthouse. Went for his beacon, boats would fire right up on the rocks off Jarvis Island.
I peered out the window, watched the lighthouse beacon sweep the sky in a wide arc.
Jerry, how'd you like to see how Larry works that light?
What, in this weather? Certainly not.
Brisk walk's just what you need.
That wasn't a war. It was a battle. But old Ezra...
Right, Berkeley night. Just follow me, Jerry. If you can't see me, follow the beacon.
Even as Ezra said it, the beacon went out. In the flash of the lightning bolt, the whole countryside was illuminated for a second, but time enough to see the outline of a vessel far out on the water.
Hurry up, Jerry! Something wrong with the lighthouse! Listen, it's fixed quick! That ship's a gunner!
It took us 20 minutes to reach the lighthouse, climb to the light tower. Ezra flashed his lantern at the shattered beacon, then all around the tower room. The place was completely deserted. When a ship was in trouble during a storm, a lighthouse beacon went out, and the lighthouse itself was deserted. By dawn, the storm had spent itself. We could see the ship now, broken and battered, and listing crazily on the rocks off Jarvis Island. Speeding toward us was a motor launch filled with men, and with a small boat in tow.
Young Phil Jarvis boat. Done it again. There's another pack of itches. Hey, he's got lighthouse keeper Larry Olson with him.
When the launch docked, Ezra made himself a one-man reception committee.
Come on up to Cliff House, folks. Dry clothes and grub for everybody.
Thank you, sir. I'm Liggett Creighton, captain and owner of the Mary Ann, or what's left of her. My crew and I owe our lives to these men, Bill Jarvis, Larry Olson. Olson didn't say anything, but Jarvis grinned.
No need for thanks, Mr. Creighton. I'll be well paid for what I did.
Creighton nodded. You mean salvage? It cost me more to salvage the Mary Ann than what she's worth now. If you want her, you can have her. Jarvis smiled and shrugged.
Guess I'll have to take her if I want me pay.
He turned to the silent lighthouse keeper.
Larry, I'll tie your dinghy up to the dock. For the next time you feel like doing rescue work.
Olson's face was white as he watched the burly Jarvis stride off.
I'll fix him someday.
Mr. Olson, how come you left your station during a storm?
Because it was the only way I could help. The lightning shattered the beacon, so I rode out there to try and head the Mary Ann off the rocks.
Creighton's face was grim. Maybe so, Mr. Olson, but my impression is that the light was on until after we grounded on the rocks. Of course, I can't prove it. I was left alone with Olson, and I was curious. So, Mr. Olson, why don't we go up to the tower and see if we can figure out what did happen to that beacon, and when? While Olson installed a substitute light, I prowled around the tower, pored over the shattered glass on the floor, finally found what I'd begun to suspect might be there, a flattened piece of lead. And later that afternoon, at Cliff House, Mr. Creighton, the Mary Ann was deliberately wrecked. This is a slug from a rifle. The lighthouse beacon was shot out. Careful, don't raise your voice. Who's responsible, Mr. Browning? I've got a pretty good idea. But that's far from the kind of proof a court of inquiry would accept. You can't do a thing now. But if you'll wait a year and spend a little money, we could try a very interesting experiment. Creighton eyed me for a long moment. Mr. Browning, I have enough money and enough patience for that purpose. The shipyard contractor was very unhappy.
Mr. Creighton, who ever heard of a ship being built with fancy specifications like this? Why, she's nothing but a rowboat with a fancy superstructure. She'll skitter over the water like a frightened doodlebug.
Creighton ignored the outburst. Is this the way you want it built, Mr. Browning? I nodded. It was perfect. Creighton took out his checkbook. Complete her according to specifications, and we'll name her the Doodlebug. It was just about a year after the wreck of Creighton's yacht. Another season of storms, another savage, wind-torn night. And like that other time, a ship was struggling up the coast. But this time, I was on the ship. As night closed in about us, the beacon at Windy Point was our only guidance. At the wheel, Creighton grimly kept his eyes on the light. Then it happened. In the instant that the bolt hit, the beacon snuffed out and reappeared a moment later. This time, instead of being to our right, it had shifted far over to our left. There goes the light. We weren't expecting it. We'd never noticed it change positions. What do we do now? Head for the right. That's why we built the Doodlebug. I'll say this for Creighton. He had plenty of nerve. He knew we were heading for the submerged rocks of Jarvis Island, but he never swerved. 10 minutes later, for a long moment, the Doodlebug hung poised on those wicked rocks. And then, light as the bug she'd been named after, she skittered over the rocks and into the calm water in the lee of Jarvis Island. We ran her right up on the beach. and caught a wrecker red-handed. Bill Jarvis, all set for another rescue and a fat salvage claim. He had a false light rigged up on his island out of sight from the mainland. We didn't give him time to hide the light or the rifle with which he shot out the Windy Point beacon. But a maritime court gave him plenty of time to think it over. In fact, they threw the book at him. Today, Windy Point is as safe as any place can be for people who insist on going out in stormy weather. If you happen to pass by there, drop in on Ezra Crummett at Cliff House. He'll show you the doodlebug, given to him and Larry Olson by Creighton, as thanks for true heroism and hospitality. They don't think much of the doodlebug. Too shallow draft. Like I said, it's easy to be at sea in any undertaking. But if you're willing to take a chance, you'll generally find smooth sailing.
Look what we found. Yes, look what we found. A tape-transcribed program for young people, heard at the same time each week. And today, well, look what we found, a lighthouse keeper.
Hello there, boys and girls. This is Don Selfer speaking to you Look What We Found listeners from a very, very special place. I'm standing right now at the top of one of the highest lighthouses in America, looking over miles of churning blue water. Now, maybe you can hear some of it in the background. And right here below me, boys and girls, I see some huge rocks in the water just below Split Rock Lighthouse. Now, these rocks are full of moss, and they're all green, and they're really a sight to see. In front of me, the water stretches to the horizon, while behind the lighthouse there are forests as far as the eye can see. This is Split Rock Lighthouse, overlooking Lake Superior, the largest of the Great Lakes. Split Rock Lighthouse is built at the top of a high cliff of solid rock, and just a few feet from the bottom of the lighthouse is the edge of the cliff, which drops more than 100 feet, right straight down to the water. This lighthouse is one of the cleanest places that I've ever been in. It's completely made up of white brick, and to get into it, you walk up a circular staircase all the way to the top. And right now we're standing in a room beneath the huge light that circles around here and gives warnings to the sailors at sea. But just now, I'd like to ask the keeper of the lighthouse a question or two. His name is Mr. Bennett. So, Mr. Bennett, would you tell us how high is Split Rock Lighthouse?
Split Rock Lighthouse is 178 feet above low water.
It is one of the highest in America, then?
It's one of the highest in America.
Mm-hmm. I understand that some of the most powerful lights can be seen as far as 100 miles out to sea by sailors up in the masts. Now, that's a pretty bright light. Just how far can the light from here be seen?
Well, it's been reported seen 60 miles from here.
60 miles? 60 miles. That's some distance. Okay, now, Mr. Bennett, could you tell us why Split Rock was built at this point?
Well, it was built here because of the height above water, and it would raise the light up high so that it could be seen a long distance. And it's also to keep the boats off of the shore that travel along the shore here during stormy weather. And the magnetic compasses they used in early days were affected by the iron ore and mineral deposits all along the shore.
And so they needed a lighthouse up here to keep the boats on the right track. When was this lighthouse built?
This lighthouse was built in 1910.
Well, now, is the light in use all year around here?
The lighthouse is not used during the winter time, from about the middle of December until 1st of April. That's because the harbors are froze up and the Sioux locks with the outlet to Lake Superior froze.
Mm-hmm. Well, when it is in use, about how many boats can you see from here?
We could see from 3 to 24 boats from here every day.
Oh, that's a lot. I'm curious to know, why was it called Split Rock Lighthouse?
As far as I know, it got its name from the Split Rock River, although some say that the formation of the rock looked as if they're split.
Uh-huh. About how many guests do you have here each year?
Well, I'd estimate from 200,000 to 250,000 people on the grounds every summer.
My goodness, they must keep you awfully busy.
They do.
Well, now, something most people wonder is, how strong are these lighthouses? Is there any danger of their being blown over or damaged in storms?
Very little danger. They're generally built to stand practically anything.
And what is this one built on?
This one's built on a solid rock foundation, and it has a concrete base and built of brick.
The wind wouldn't have much chance of blowing this over.
No, it wouldn't blow it over.
Well, now, how is the base constructed for those lighthouses that are built out in harbors, away from shore?
Well, as a general rule, if they can, they're built on solid rock, or if they're made out of cribs, they're anchored to either to the ground or the rock in underneath the water.
Mm-hmm.
So that they can't be washed away.
I understand that lighthouses were first built in Egypt about 2,000 years ago. And at that time, they were just platforms that were raised on shore, and coal or wood was burned to give off light for sailors. Well, right now, we're standing under the light in the lighthouse here. Could you tell me what this light is like?
Well, this light is lit by electricity. It has a 1,000-watt bulb in it.
Well, that's awfully strong.
That gives the light.
Boys and girls, we'll try to describe this light, which we're standing beneath right now. First, in the middle is a huge bulb. It looks probably something like the ones you've got in your lamp at home, but this one is a lot bigger. And this light is surrounded on either side by huge glass plates. They're called lenses, and they have about 150 prisms pieced together. And these lenses, I'd say, are about 3 inches thick and stand 6 feet tall. Now, this light is on a revolving mechanism here that swings around and sends its lights out to the ships at sea. Now, I'm going to ask Mr. Bennett just how often this light does flash.
Well, this light flashes every 10 seconds. And the whole lens floats on mercury. There's no bearings, and it's driven by an electric motor which keeps the lens revolving so that it's a steady flash every 10 seconds.
I see. Now, what should happen if your electric power supply should fail?
Well, we have a small generator that would start automatically as soon as the power failed. It's within 10 seconds after the power's off while the generator starts.
So that keeps the light constantly going all the time?
But all you'll see is a blink in between.
Well, that certainly is an efficient method then. Suppose I was out on a boat looking at this lighthouse. So how would I be able to tell the difference between this one and others by the light?
Well, every lighthouse has different characteristics, different flash. Some burn steady, some are flashing, some are group flashing lights, and some have different colors, as red and white. Some are blue.
Mm-hmm. And this light is a flash, and there are some that are steady beams. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, to go back into history again, Mr. Bennett, where was the first lighthouse in the United States built?
The first lighthouse was built in Boston in 1716.
Oh, now, Mr. Bennett, what does the Coast Guard use in areas where lighthouses just can't be built because it's too dangerous?
Well, they use lightships where a lighthouse can't be built.
Well, what are they like?
Well, they're a ship with, they have a light on their mast, acts as a lighthouse, and they have fog signal equipment and radio beacon equipment that corresponds with anything built on a crib or on shore.
Are there many of them now in the United States?
Well, as far as I know, there's one or two on the Great Lakes, and there's several along the Atlantic Ocean.
Mm-hmm. Who has charge of the lighthouses in the United States?
All the lighthouses in the United States come under the United States Coast Guard.
Okay, and now I'm going to ask you a few personal questions. How long have you been a lighthouse keeper yourself?
Well, I've 26 years of lighthouse and Coast Guard time.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as that goes, I've have about 49 years altogether, as I was born and raised in a lighthouse.
Well, that's very fine. Then you must have been around one all your life.
Well, practically all. In one or around one, practically all my life.
Well, what are your duties here on this lighthouse? What do you have to know to be a lighthouse keeper?
Well, you have to be a jack of all trades. You have to know how to repair machinery, drive a truck, and do carpenter work, pipe fitting, plumbing, and you even have to know how to cook. On isolated stations, why, you have to be able to cook in order to eat.
Now, Mr. Bennett, are you the only one on duty at the lighthouse here?
No, I'm not the only one. There are two other men besides myself. There's three of us light keepers on duty 24 hours a day.
You all work at the same time?
No, we have shifts. We stand watch at night, 6 hours, 6-hour watches every night.
And you split up the work then?
We split up the work between the three of us.
Now, it seems that you have a pretty exciting job here, Mr. Bennett. Now, if I wanted to become a lighthouse keeper, how could I do it?
Well, the only way you can become a lighthouse keeper now is enlist in the U.S. Coast Guard, in the United States Coast Guard,
yes.
And apply for, after your boot training, apply for aids to navigation school, and they'll put you through school, and after you're through, you had your schooling, they'll assign you to lighthouse duty.
Mm-hmm. Has anything ever happened here at Split Rock, or at any time that you can remember, that was rather exciting or unusual for you?
Well, there hasn't anything happened here since I've been here, unusual. Although years ago, either a year or two after the place was placed in commission, there was a steamer went aground about 2 miles east of this place.
I see. Well, now, what other safety devices are there for warning sailors? For instance, if they couldn't see your light in a snowstorm or in a fog, or what do you do then?
Well, in fog, we use the fog signal. And then this light doesn't have them, but other lights have radio telephones and radio beacon equipment to guide the boats.
Now, when foghorns are used in stormy weather, how can a ship that's out at sea tell which lighthouse is sending out the signal?
Well, every lighthouse fog signal has they have different tones, different blasts. Some are a long blast, and the spacing in every fog signal is different. So they can tell which fog signal they're listening to.
In other words, it's almost the same setup as with the lights.
Practically the same setup.
I see. Well, Mr. Bennett, could you tell us what your foghorn sounds like then?
Well, it has a blast every 20 seconds. The length of the blast is 2 seconds, and it sounds like this.
Because of these devices, because of more than 2,000 lighthouses, harbor lights, and warning beacons, and because of men like you, Mr. Bennett, constantly on the job of protecting the men on the ships at sea, well, they can feel safe from the dangers unseen in the waters all along our shores. Well, thank you, Mr. Bennett, and goodbye, boys and girls.
Our special thanks to Mr. R.E. Bennett, keeper of the Split Rock Coast Guard Light Station at Two Harbors, Minnesota, for his appearance on today's tape-transcribed program and to the 9th United States Coast Guard District for their cooperation in making this broadcast possible. Don Salper was our narrator, console technician Dee Scheinblum, and our special engineering effects were by Larry Larson. Look What We Found is written and produced by Duane Zimmerman. And now, this is Don Stubbs inviting you to be with us at the same time next week to Look What We Found. This has been a Minnesota School of the Air presentation.
The Columbia Workshop presents The Lighthouse Keepers. 6 miles off the west coast of Brittany, on a cruel and barren crag in the North Sea, stands the Maudit Lighthouse. In a circular room just below the lantern floor live Breon, the keeper, and Yvonne, his son and assistant. It is a late afternoon in March. The sky is overcast and the sea is roughening. In less than a half hour, it will be dark.
Well, Yvonne, you all finished down below?
Yes, all finished. I filled both the reservoirs and pumped 500 gallons into the reserve tank.
You were quick. Must have hurried a bit.
Well, I wanted to get through.
Oh, you never get through work on a lighthouse.
I guess you're right.
Oh, nowadays, keeping a light isn't so bad.
No?
Electricity does most of our work for us.
Well, there's still plenty of work all the same.
There's enough. But it's easier. You ever stop to think how simple it is? Look, I've trimmed all the wicks and polished the reflectors, and all I have to do is push this electric switch so, and I'm all through. She's on. One little click of a switch and the whole mechanism running easy as a clock.
Yes, it's simple enough. But still, it takes a lot of tending. Now, isn't it too early to put the light on?
Yes, I was just giving it a test. That new bearing, you know. Always give her a test half hour before lighting time. If there's been any change in the equipment.
Well, that's a good idea.
Turn it off now. Never take a chance with a light. Not when other people depend on you.
Huh? Yes, I suppose so.
What a night it's turning into.
It'll probably be a long one. Oh, I'm tired. I'm awfully tired.
Already? Why, you haven't been out here more than 6 hours. But then a whole month ashore makes one a little soft, doesn't it?
What? What'd you say?
I say life ashore. Well, one has a good time there, and the hard thing about coming back to Maudit here is getting accustomed to seeing no one. Being alone, climbing stairs, and being alone. Absolutely alone.
Yes, that's it. We're so terribly alone. Cut off from civilization by 6 miles of open sea. If we only had a telephone even, or, well...
Listen to that. Screaming like a woman.
Like a woman? I'd give it another name. I don't like it.
Well, one has to call it something.
Wind's getting worse. Seems to emphasize the loneliness.
Well, that's because you've just been ashore. Son, by and by, your philosophies will grow to accommodate these little, these phases.
Yeah, I suppose they will. But it's so darn wild and ugly here. We're on a nasty crag, all right.
Well, of course it's a nasty crag. That's why there's a light on it.
Father.
Yeah?
Father, you once said it took about 5 years to be a good lighthouse keeper. And I suppose that in 5 years you see about everything that could possibly happen in a place like this.
Yes, I've seen it. I've seen it all.
Everything?
Everything but the lighthouse topple into the sea. I've seen wrecks and drownings and men swimming in the surf. Seen the lights fail.
Seen a time when I had to burn blankets and mattresses soaked in oil. Yes, I've seen a good deal, my boy.
Have you ever seen a lighthouse? Or been in one when your partner, when your assistant keeper, when he...
When he what?
When he died?
Yvonne, don't say such a thing.
Well, I didn't mean anything by it. I just wondered if...
Why, that's a frightful thing to think. To die without a priest. It's unthinkable. It's not anything to be talking about either.
Well, it just seemed to sort of occur to me.
No, my son. Don't ever say such a thing. These things don't happen. God knows we are here to protect others. Surely we can expect that much protection in return.
Oh, wouldn't it be a dreadful thing?
What's the matter with you, anyhow?
Oh, nothing, I guess. Maybe it's just this being caged up in a stone tower.
Well, it's our duty to be caged up here. And after all, duty is the finest thing in the world. Don't ever forget that.
Well, all the same, it's hard to be locked up this way. A man's nerves aren't supposed to stand anything like this.
Nonsense. For 30 days out here, we can be proud of ourselves. What we do for commerce, what we do for our country, what we're making out of ourselves.
Yes, I've felt that sense of pride many times. But since I returned to duty this time, I just don't know what's happened to me.
Oh, that's nothing. It'll pass. It'll go away soon.
Yes, I suppose so. It'll pass. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe next week. Listen to those seagulls. They feel the bad weather coming. Certainly is mean outside.
Listen, don't worry about the weather. And do stop walking around so. Take it easy. Take it easy, will you?
I can't. I've got to keep moving around like this.
Yes, from being ashore. You're used to having all those acres of open country around you. You got a little case of nerves, that's all. Crazy sort of thing for a lighthouse keeper.
No, but I can't help it, I tell you. I'm all on edge.
Oh, you're all right. Listen to those gulls again. Probably so thick outside they don't know where they're going. Guess I'll take a little look around outside myself.
Father.
What is it?
I wish you'd...
What'd you say?
Oh, nothing. Never mind.
Yeah, I'll be back, Jim.
Father! Father! I don't want to be alone in here, Father! Oh, my God, what's wrong with me? My head's whirling around like a wheel. Father! Come out of this. Yvonne, you've got to come out of this. Get a hold of yourself. He'll be coming back any minute.
Oh, it's horrible weather. Soaking wet. 4 years since we had a blow like this. We think we're on a pile of rocks. I'll get out of these oilskins. Maybe polish up a couple of lanterns. I'll begin with this lantern here, I guess. Seems to need it most. Oh, it's not so bad, really, Yvonne. Makes me proud, too, weather like this, to think that but for you and me, nobody'd be safe on the coast of Brittany. And the worse tonight, the more important we are. Modie'll be there. Modie'll always be there, shooting her long beam for 14 miles into the darkness. Duty, my boy. Duty. First thing and the last thing in every man's life.
I suppose so. Father, what are you doing there?
What am I doing? Well, you can see for yourself. I'm just polishing these lanterns. Good sailor is always polishing something.
Well, I wish you'd leave it alone.
What do you mean? What for?
Well, I don't want to see it. It shines so much it hurts my eyes. It's burning a hole through me.
What the devil are you talking about?
Give me that lantern, I tell you.
What are you trying to do? What's the matter with you?
Give it to me, I tell you. There. Now leave the others alone, too.
Fool! What's the matter with you? You going out of your head?
I don't know. I just couldn't stand it. Oh. I'm so terribly afraid of something. I can't tell what's eating me.
Afraid?
Yeah. I'm afraid. I am afraid. Something's stifling me. I can't stand being alone this way anymore. I've had 3 years of it. I won't stand any more of it. I've got to get ashore, I tell you. I've just got to get ashore right away.
Yvonne, please. Not sensible. You're tired. You're letting this thing excite you. It's nerves. We all get 'em now and then. Tell you what. I'll take the first watch tonight. A good sleep will set you up.
Sleep? Well, if I could only sleep. If I could sleep and then wake up and see it was all just a dream I was having.
Don't talk that way. Of course you'll be able to sleep. You can't afford to carry on like this, Yvonne. Yeah, supposing we both went to pieces like this and a ship broke up on the rocks below.
I know. I'm sorry. I just couldn't... I should control myself no matter what. I think I'll go out on the tower step and maybe if I get a little air.
Good, that's more like it. Hang on to the rail now. Wind must be hurricane velocity by now.
Yes, I will. I'll hang on.
Poor boy. Well, now I'll have to get a broom, sweep up this mess. What a thing for him to do. Him 3 years with the light. 3 for him, but 20 years for me. 20 years. I'm almost an old man now. Old Breon. Just an old man who talks to himself when he's alone. Well, old folks can talk to themselves if they want to. Better not talking at all. Huh? What was that? I thought that was somebody calling. Well, I guess old Breon's beginning to stoop a little in his mind as well as his back. Hearing things that don't happen. No. That was a shout. Am I getting the creeps like Yvonne? What could that have been? Yvonne! Yvonne! Did you call, Yvonne? Oh, here you are. Thought I heard you shouting. Come in out of the wet.
Yes, I shouted. I guess I did anyhow. I don't know why. I don't seem to be.
Well, never mind that now. Here, take off your oilskin. Why, you're trembling all over.
Am I? I feel so hot. I feel like I was going to fall down.
Yeah, maybe you caught yourself a cold since we come out.
Perhaps. I feel burning up. As if my lungs were on fire. Empty breath. I need a drink of water, Father. I'm terribly thirsty.
Here, let me feel your head. Uh-huh. I thought so. Got a bit of fever. No, you better leave water alone. Just raise your temperature.
I'm dying of thirst, I tell you. Give me some water, just a little water.
No.
Father, I'm telling you, give me just some water.
Don't be a fool.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm afraid. I'm afraid there's something awful wrong with me. I'm not myself. I feel like I was someone else, someone I didn't know. Some force seems to be moving my arms and legs, and I can hardly hear what I'm saying. Please let me have just a little bit of water. I feel faint.
Yeah. All right, then. Just a little. Drink it very slowly. Just sip it. Here.
Thanks, Father. Father!
What? What's the matter?
I'm so thirsty and I can't drink. The sight of it, the sight of the water in this canister, it horrifies me.
Well, better leave it alone, then. It's fever. You'll be able to drink later on.
The sight of it makes me sick. Take it away.
That's your fever. That's all it is. Here, Yvonne, come on over to the couch and lie down a while. Come on, let me cover you up.
No, I don't want to be covered. I'm too hot.
Now, you do what I say. There now. That's better. Yvonne! Why are you staring at me so?
Listen, Father. I have to tell you something. I can't keep it to myself any longer.
Well, you tell me. Tell your father, my boy. What is it?
It's about what we...
Go on. Don't be afraid to tell me.
Well, the other day over at Cousin Santek's.
Yes, Cousin Santek's. I remember. What about it?
Santek's dog, that big hunter.
Yes, I know. Fine animal. It was too bad they had to kill him.
Killed? So they did have to kill him. Had to kill him because he was mad.
But that was no fault of Santek's. He was always very kind to him.
Father, that dog bit me. That's what's the matter. That's why I'm dying with thirst. That's why my head is whirling. I've got hydrophobia. I'm mad. I'm going mad. I'm turning into a mad dog like the hunter.
No, don't say that.
Yes, I am. I can't be anything else. Been coming on for 2 days. I've been too terrified to say anything.
Barney, what are you saying?
Mother, I can't die like this. Not alone, not here. I've got to get ashore. I tell you, I've got to get ashore.
Yes, I'll save you. Oh, my poor boy. My poor boy.
I want to live more than anything. I must live. I've got to live.
Yes, Yvonne, you're going to live. You'll be all right. This'll pass. It's your fever climbing up.
Do you really think so?
Of course I think so.
Father, what would it be like? What would you do if I did die? Would you throw me into the sea?
Vaughn, you mustn't say that. It isn't true. It isn't going to be true.
That's why I ran out of the tower steps. That's why you heard me screaming. I wanted to throw myself into the sea. I wanted to so you wouldn't have to.
Oh, Yvonne, have pity. You don't know what you're saying.
I know what I'm saying.
Yvonne, I'll take care of you. I promise. I'll launch the dory and row ashore and come back with a doctor.
No, you can't do that. You can't row 6 miles in this weather. You'll never get the boat in the water.
Well, all the same, I'm going. It's the only thing.
No, don't do that. You'll never come back. Don't leave me alone.
All right. I'll stay with you then. Yvonne, be quiet. Now, you must be quiet now. I just want you to be calm for a little while, but
What are you doing?
I'm hoisting the distress flag. They'll see it first thing in the morning. Send out a boat.
In this weather, no sailor alive could reach us. No boat either.
Well, perhaps the bad weather won't hold. Perhaps God will perform some miracle.
God.
Don't blaspheme that way, Yvonne. God is a just God. There. It's flying now. No, Yvonne. God is good. He must be.
Oh, how my head swims. How hot I feel. Oh, God. I'm sick. I'm sick. I feel something terrible. Something coming soon. Oh.
Yvonne, please, lie still.
Keep away from me. Get away. I'm going out of my head. I'm going mad. Ah!
There's foam on your face.
Get away, I tell you. Get away. I can't bear you near me. If you don't get away, I'll kill you. Keep away from me.
Yvonne.
I tell you, get away. Ah!
What are you doing, Yvonne? Let go of me. Let me go. I'll have to choke you, Yvonne. I'll choke you.
My son. I've killed him. I've killed him.
Curse this lighthouse. Curse this weather. This wind. Curse every black wave in the ocean. You've done this, all of you. You've taken my son because I stand out here to snatch away your victims. That's why you've taken revenge. I curse the pitch-black spittle in your evil mouth. I hate you. I loathe you. I despise you. What's that? light. I haven't put my light on. She'll break up. She'll strike and break up. Let her smash! Let her rip her bottom out! I'll never put the light on! Never! Never! Nobody ever came to help me! No. Nobody ever came. I'm going to stay with Yvonne. My little Yvonne. My poor little boy. Yes, Yvonne, I'm going to stay with you. Old Brayon is going to stay with you. She's almost on us. I can't do this. All right, I'm coming. Oh, come on now, light. There it is. That did it. Yes, she's seen it already. She's veering away. So, you salute me, huh? You say thank you. All right. Old Brayon says you're welcome. I've done everything I could. Now, I wonder what I should do about poor Yvonne. Yvonne? What's this? My arm! There's blood on it! I wonder if Yvonne has bitten me.
CBS has just brought you the first American radio performance of The Lighthouse Keepers, translated from the French and adapted for radio by Max Wiley. Tonight marks the first time since the establishment of the Columbia Workshop as an experimental theater of the air that an entire performance was enacted by a cast of only 2 characters. The original play, The Lighthouse Keepers, was written by Paul Cloquemin and was first produced in 1913 by the Théâtre des Peurs of the Grand Guignol in Paris. In tonight's performance, the role of Brayon was played by Ray Collins and that of his son Yvonne by Louis Van Rooten. The entire production was under the direction of Norman Corwin. Kenneth Roberts speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Adventures in Research. Off the coast of Plymouth, in the English Channel, lie some of the most treacherous paths any boat has ever run. While the wild waves hide them from view, mammoth rocks wait to rip the hull of any boat that comes near. How wind, waves, and rocks were conquered is the story of the Eddystone Lighthouse. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you the story of John Smayton and his Eddystone Lighthouse. Toward the end of the 17th century, no bit of coastline was more feared by British seamen than the jagged chain of rocks submerged some 10 miles from land near Ram's Head in the English Channel. No seafaring man, no matter how brave, ever denied his fear of these Eddystone rocks.
Cut her hard! We're nearing the Eddystones! Cut her more! Find it now! These rocks are there waiting! Cut her part! We'll make her through, boys! Hard! Hard! Cut her hard!
Northrop went down last night with all hands.
The Eddystones again?
In plain sight of land, mind you.
Aye.
Crossed the whole breadth of the Atlantic with nary a hair undone, and then in sight of shore on the Ram's Head, slid across the bottom like some giant sword cutter.
It was a good ship, the Northrop.
And how many more ships and men must we lose to the Eddystone before something can be done about it?
And what can be done, your worship?
A warning light, put there to let the navigator know of the treachery.
But the wind and waves are too strong there. How can a warning light be put there? The same elements which make it so treacherous would make it near impossible to put up a warning light.
Someone must be able to surmount it before we lose every able-bodied seaman in England to the Eddystones. There must be one man around with a jot of mechanical knowledge to... But, of course, the very one.
What are you thinking about?
Mr. Henry Winstanley of Essex.
Bosh. Pardon me, your worship, but I say it again. Bosh. Mr. Winstanley is a rum one, from all I hear.
But he has a knowledge of mechanics. He is a gentleman of property.
Mr. Winstanley is that, but he's no architect and no engineer. He's a devil, 'tis all.
Oh?
What does he know of mechanics? Just enough to amuse himself at the expense of others. Mind you, I've heard tales of those who paid him a visit. You enter his diggings and you see an old slipper on the floor. You kick it aside, and your kick makes a statue stand up from a chair. Frighten you out of a year's growth, it would. He has another chair, they say. When you sit down in it, 2 arms come up from the sides of the chair and hold you fast. To visit Mr. Winstanley is taking your life in your hands.
But he is a man who knows mechanics.
That he may be. So does the devil know mechanics. If I had my choice as to which I'd trust to put a light at the Eddystones, I don't think I'd be choosing Mr. Winstanley.
Nevertheless, Mr. Winstanley was approached, and this amateur inventor agreed to make the attempt. It would be no simple task to build a lighthouse that would withstand the elements on that barren reef so far removed from land. His plan was an ornate column of wood some 80 feet high, which was begun in 1695 and took nearly 4 years to build. Many of the workmen died from exposure. Others almost died from starvation. But finally, there was a warning light on the Eddystones, and all seemed well until...
Again, last night they did it, sir. The waves rose so high as to obscure the light. It did no good at all. The few survivors we found said they saw nary a light at all. The waves dashing over the lighthouse that high. It'll have to be built higher, sir. Higher.
Mr. Winstanley enlarged the base of the tower with masonry and added 40 feet to the height of it, so that by 1700, the warning light stood 120 feet above the treacherous Eddystones. But still, ships were wrecked on the reef.
So high do the waves go that a 6-oared boat could ride the crest of them into the light itself. 'Twill have to be built higher.
To build any higher, your worship, and the whole lighthouse will be toppled by a strong wind. It'll never take the pounding.
Mr. Winstanley himself says it can withstand anything.
Aye. Mr. Winstanley has never seen a real storm, then. It'll take his lighthouse and toss it like a toothpick.
Mr. Winstanley says he would only wish to be there in the greatest storm that ever blew. That's how confident he is.
I trust that he knocked on wood when he said it. To tempt fate like he has is a foolhardy thing.
Fiddle-dee-dee. Mark my words. When repairs are completed, the Eddystone light will withstand any blow the elements can muster.
Please, your worship, lower your voice. If the fates hear you, 'twill be all up with the whole thing.
As it turned out, apparently the fates did hear. Winstanley himself was there on the barren reef to supervise some repair work. Then, on the 20th of November, 1703, the challenge came, as the workmen hurried on the repairs to the structure.
She's coming up a storm. Take a look at the clouds. There's enough wind in them to blow.
Go on with you. Don't be a lily liver. Why, Mr. Winstanley says this'll take the hardest blow they can give it.
She's coming up strong. Head for cover! Get up in the gallery! Look out! She's
Mr. Winston Lee had his wish. He was there in one of the greatest storms that ever blew, and he and all the workmen were lost on the reef. The morning after, the people on the shore looked toward the lighthouse and saw nothing. Not a trace, not a speck of the warning light, nor the men that had been there.
Your Worship, the Virginian was lost on the reefs early this morning. Most of the crew perished.
The lighthouse will have to be rebuilt.
But who will do it? There's a linen draper named Rudyard who has always expressed an interest in mechanical pursuits. Let us take the matter up with him.
The plans of the next amateur builder differed from Winstanley. He built the lower part of the lighthouse of oak timbers, bolted and clamped together. The lower part of the structure was filled in solid with stone, and the upper part was of timber alone. The lighthouse room itself was 61 feet above the rock, and the entire height of the tower from top to bottom was 92 feet. And the shape of the tower was round, unlike Mr. Winstanley's, which had been many-cornered and with various gadgets and ornaments. This lighthouse, completed in 1709, guarded ships from the Eddystones for some 50 years, until a curious accident.
Look! The lighthouse! It's on fire! See the flames!
'Twas this way, my sirs. I was on my way up to tend the coal fire in the lantern, and when I opened the door, flames burst forth. Reckon a spark had caught on to some flakes of soot hanging from the roof. I ran down and roused my companions, and we lugged water up and down the 70 feet. But the flames were too much for us. It was a most calamitous thing. Shouldn't be happening to a man who'll be 95 years old come Michaelmas. Indeed not.
So the Eddystones lighthouse was destroyed again. This time the people turned to the Royal Society, asking them to name someone who might rebuild it.
I can consider no one more fit for this work than one John Smayton.
Smayton was dispatched to Plymouth to examine the reefs which the lighthouse was to guard against. Of it, he said,
I think the best method to build a lighthouse to withstand the wind and weather and nature's manifestations would be to follow closely the rocks themselves. I turned to nature to see how nature protects its own. I considered the oak tree, which spreads out in a sweeping curve near the roots to anchor it against the elements. I decided my lighthouse would stand like the sturdy oak, an oak of granite, like the rocks it challenges.
To prepare a base for the tower, Smayton cut into the rocks themselves, making them into shelves, which he filled with masonry and dovetailed into the granite stones of the tower itself. The exterior he built of 1-ton blocks of Cornish granite, and the inside was finished in Portland stone. Each bit of masonry was jointed and dovetailed together. As for the light room,
the interior consists of 4 rooms, one above the other. In the topmost is a glass lantern in which 24 tallow candles of 2/5 pound each are placed. The height from the foundation to the floor of the lantern is 70 feet, and 21 feet more in the height of the lantern. And I do believe this lighthouse will withstand all the storm and fury of the raging elements.
Aye, 'tis what Winstanley said when his toppled, and what Mr. Rudyard said before the flames consumed his. And you'd best not tempt fate as the others have, Mr. Smayton. Aye, knock wood, Mr. Smayton. Knock wood.
I shan't knock wood against nature, gentlemen. Nor shall nature knock my stone against me.
In the year 1762, the Channel saw one of its worst storms in the memory of the inhabitants. And as the storm rose in fury, the townspeople on the shore looked toward the new lighthouse. Could it withstand this torment?
If it stands now, it'll stand till Judgment Day.
Nothing can stand against this weather. The Eddystones will be there when Smeaton's lighthouse is a mass of rubble and ruins.
And the following morning, with the storm abated, they looked to the channel, to the Eddystones, and saw...
She stands! She stands, sure-footed and firm!
Aye, she stands! She stands! Smeaton has whipped them all!
John Smeaton's design for a lighthouse was a success. The concave cylinder prevailed against all the elements. And up and down the rugged English seacoast, lighthouses were built, fashioned after John Smeaton's lighthouse at Eddystone. And even though Smeaton's lighthouse proved to be of insufficient height and had to be strengthened on 2 occasions, still for over 120 years it stood, forerunner of the modern lighthouse and a lasting product of John Smeaton's adventure in research. And that's today's Adventure in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research.
Our radio play for this week is entitled Devil's Crib. It is a dramatization based on a story which will be found in the fascinating pages of next Sunday's issue of the American Weekly, the educational and entertaining magazine distributed with every Hearst Sunday newspaper from coast to coast. The Devil's Crib Light is a small beacon situated a few miles from shore. It marks a treacherous spot for ships trying to make home port, especially when there's a gale blowing. Captain Bascom, an old deep-water man, tends the light. His only helper is his son, Auden. Just now, the two of them are engaged in cleaning the big lamp.
Got them panels clean, have you, Oren?
Yes, Dad. Boy, if anybody should ask you, keeping a light is no cinch.
You're right, son. Lighthouse keeping is darn near as busy as lighthouse keeping, if you know what I mean.
I'll say it is. These lantern panels take a heck of a lot of elbow grease to polish up. I'll bet I could get a job on shore as a bartender's helper, polishing glasses after this, Dad.
Yep, I shouldn't be surprised. Son, if you plan on getting ashore today, you'd best keep at them lenses.
Aye, aye, sir. Believe me, I've counted the days ever since my last shore leave.
Oh, beats all how you can be my flesh and blood, like you be, Oren, and gets all fired head up over spending a day ashore.
Well, it gets kind of lonesome out here, Dad. Oh, I like to be with you and all that. You know that. But it's so quiet, with nothing but that bellboy ringing and the pounding of the water on the piles below us, or the cry of the gulls as they swoop around the lantern. Oh, you don't mind it. You're used to it. I suppose if I was to be marooned out here for nearly 20 years like you have, I'd get used to it, too.
Oh, marooned. Very idea. Why, 'tain't being marooned when you've got the whole blessed ocean spread out afore you, ships passing by, making port every day. Why, heavens to Betsy, Oren, I know more people from signaling to 'em from the deck that runs round this light than the ordinary man knows living in one of them apartment houses.
Oh, why, Dad, you can't compare...
Yes, and that reminds me. There ain't no squawking radios to keep you awake nights here until you take a shoe and knock on the floor to make the owners turn 'em down.
Oh, I know, Dad, but that has not...
Yes, you know. You think you know. Oh, well, I suppose I can't blame you none. Your ma, she wouldn't come out here with me to live when I first took the job. I thought I might wheedle her into it. Then when you come along, she insisted you was to be brung up a landsman.
And I was until Mother...
Yep. Until the Providence that watches over us all took her up with him. Yep. Well, I thought maybe if me and you was together more, you'd grow to like the sea, but...
Well, maybe I will, Dad, sometime.
Maybe. Well, finished with them lenses?
Aye, sir. I've got 'em shined the best I can.
Well, just because you're going on shore leave ain't no excuse not to have everything shipshape. Come on now. Give me a hand with this apparatus.
Aye, aye, sir.
That's it. Now, you fetch some more oil, son. I'll trim the wicks.
Say, I'd better call the chief and have him send the tanker out, hadn't I?
Oh, I guess there ought to be enough oil for a while yet, but... Well, since you'll be in town, you might as well, I guess. And get some new wicks.
Aye, sir.
All right. Now, pull the apparatus down again. That's it. There we be. Now, the lamp's all tended for another 24 hours.
Say, there's your friend again, Dad.
That barnacled, waterlogged old wreck of a tug. Say, I'd just like to meet the skipper of that Polly V. It's a good thing he has to pass well outside the devil's crib, I tell you. Tooting insults at an old tar like me.
Those toots certainly make you mad.
Of course they make me mad. We used to know each other once, so I used to think he was being kind of honorary-like. So one day, he come close enough to holler at me. He says, "Oh, you stick in the mud." Now, every time he toots like that, I know what he's saying. He's saying, "Oh, you stick in the mud." By the great horn spoon, I'd like a chance to meet that skipper again.
Well, maybe you will someday, Dad.
I tell you, if ever I wanted to get my hands on a man and beat the running lights out of him, that captain of the Polly V is the man.
I hope I'm around when you two meet. Well, I guess I better be starting for shore. I don't want to be late.
Oh-ho. Shore ain't the only attraction, huh? It's what's on shore that has you up in anchor, huh?
Oh, kind of. She's pretty special, Dad.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. They all are, son. What's her name?
Luella.
Luella, huh? Well, that's a pretty name.
She's a pretty girl.
Yeah, likely so, likely so. What's her pa do?
Well, he's a sea captain, she says. I ain't never met him yet.
Skipper, huh? Well, son, I might say you're cruising good company.
Might say. Wait till you see her. Then you'll be sure of it.
Oh, I was afraid you weren't coming, Orrin.
Say, you never have to be afraid of that, Luella.
I'm glad. Well, what do we do? Take a walk or go to a movie?
Well, you'll probably think I'm crazy, but I'd like to stay here and have you turn on the radio. I sure miss them out at the light.
Well, of course I'll turn it on.
Gets so quiet out there sometimes that it hurts.
I should think it'd be awfully scary out there.
Well, I guess if you're easily scared by darkness and the wind and waves, it would get you. They say that the spirits of men who have drowned are restless and are always trying to summon the aid that was needed at the time of their death.
Honest, Orrin? Do you believe it?
Well, I've never had any proof, so I can't say. Gee, that radio music sounds great.
Say, why don't you have a radio installed at the lighthouse?
Oh, Dad hates them for one thing, and then, too, I guess the commission wouldn't let us.
Why?
They might think it'd be interfering so that we wouldn't hear distress signals if anything happened to a ship.
Oh, I see.
You want to dance, Luella?
I'd love to.
This is heavenly.
Dancing, you mean?
Having you in my arms.
You really think so?
Look at me. Do I think so?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Luella.
Orrin, my dear.
I shouldn't tell you that I love you.
Why not? Don't you mean it, Orrin?
Mean it? You bet I do. But I haven't got anything to offer you. I'm not even making my own way.
Oh, but you will be, darling. You will be.
Oh, not until Dad retires and we come ashore for good. Well, I couldn't ask you to wait for me, Luella.
But, Orrin, I want to.
Do you, dearest? Do you really?
Look in my eyes. What do you think?
You do.
Oh, it's Father. He's home.
Well, that's good. Let's see up around.
Lots are going to meet him.
Bella.
Here I am, Father, in the parlor.
I just wondered if you were home, my dear. I've got another... Oh, you have company.
Yes, Father. This is Orrin.
How do you do, Captain Stevens?
I'm glad to make your acquaintance, Ora. Luella's often mentioned you. She says your father's a skipper, too.
Yes, sir.
What boat's he in command of?
Well, he hasn't any command at present, Captain. He's the keeper of the light at the Devil's Crib.
What? You're the son of Captain Bascom?
Oh, you know Orrin's father, Dad?
Do I, that old stick in the mud?
Why, you're the skipper of the Polly V.
I am, and you can get out of this house, young man.
Oh, Daddy, what are you saying?
No son of Ephraim Bascom is welcome here.
You know, Luella, storms at sea are terrible things. But I can't help feeling glad for this one. It's kept you from getting back to shore.
Well, when I came out here to visit your lighthouse this afternoon, I certainly didn't expect to stay all night. It's a good thing I left a note for Daddy telling him where I am.
Yes, he won't worry, but he'll get mad. Can't you see him when he reads your note?
Hear him, you mean?
Dad'll be getting up any minute now, Luella, and I'll have to go in and get a few winks so I can relieve him later.
All right.
Be careful he doesn't find out who your father is.
Don't you worry. I shan't tell him. He's been awfully sweet to me so far. I'd hate to spoil everything now. But I can't understand why they hate each other so.
Neither do I. But as long as you don't hate me,
Oh,
why...
darling, don't talk like that.
Oren?
Aye, Dad?
Well, you better get some sleep, son. I'll stand watch.
All right, sir. You entertain Luella until she gets sleepy.
Just you leave her to me, son.
Oh, this storm is too exciting for me to sleep.
I know. They used to affect me like that. Now I go to sleep the minute my head hits the pillow.
Yeah, he does, too, I can tell you. Why, if we was to count 10 now, and then go in there, he'd be sleeping just as peaceful as a baby.
You know what they say that's a sign of, Captain Bascom?
Yeah, clear conscience. But 'tain't. It's just training. Well, I hope your pa ain't worried about you, Miss Luella.
Oh, he won't be. I left a note telling him I was coming out here.
Well, that's good. But he'd best not try to come out here for you in this blow.
I hardly think he will. His boat would never weather it.
No, ain't likely on a night like this. Let's see now, what boat did you say your pa commands?
Well, I didn't say.
Oh, funny, I thought you did.
No.
Well, what boat does he command?
Oh, it's just one of the small ones.
Where is he? Where'd he go?
Oren.
Where's who, son?
The man whose hand touched me on the arm.
Oh, I guess you must have been dreaming, Oren. Ain't nobody here but just us. And neither Miss Luella nor me's moved since you went in there.
But I saw him very plainly. His hand was cold and clammy on my arm, and it woke me up. He had a shaggy mustache, and he wore a sailor's cap. And he seemed to be pointing out there at sea. Listen.
That's a distress signal, Oren. There's a steamer of some kind in trouble out there. Oren, where's Mileskin?
What are you going to do?
Do? Why, I'm going out there and get them poor devils out of the mess they're in.
I'll go with you. You can't make it alone.
No, son. You got to stay here with the light. That's order. I'm captain here.
Oh, can't I help, Captain?
Yes. You can start some hot coffee going. Oren, give me a hand with the motorboat.
Aye, sir.
Come on. Help me, Oren. Come on.
All right.
Never lift you. Come on. That's it. All right, Oren. All right. There you go. Well, here goes.
Good luck, Dad. I'll go back to the light.
Did he get away all right?
Yes. I'm going to watch through the night glasses. Turn out the lights. That's it. Dad's nearing the wreck. He's pulling someone into our boat.
Oh, thank heaven.
He's heading back this way. I'll go meet him and you stay here.
All right.
Okay, Dad.
Okay, son. Stand by for the landing. Well, here we are, Captain. And I tell you, you're lucky to be alive.
I know that, Ephraim. Thank God you were here.
Stick in the mud, am I, Eben?
Well, let's forget that, Ephraim. But you shouldn't have saved me until you were sure none of my men could be found.
I looked, Eben. Nary a soul could I see. Oren, give the captain here a hand up that ladder.
Here, Captain Stevens. Take my hand.
Gladly, my boy. Where's Luella?
Oh, she's up here. She'll give you some hot coffee.
Daddy.
Oh, Luella.
Oh, Daddy.
Oh, everything's all right, Luella. Don't worry.
Oh! Oren, I'm going to get that fella.
Aye, sir.
How did you ever hear our whistle, Oren?
Well, someone or something awakened me, sir.
Thank God.
And now, if you're quite all right, I'll go back and meet Dad with his next boatload of survivors.
I'm afraid it won't be very full. Most of my crew jumped to certain death.
We heard someone calling. I'll go down and see who it is. Any luck, Dad?
Yep. Two of them are in, but I'm afraid one's gone.
You got to me just in time, Captain. I was gone down.
And I couldn't have held Pete here up much longer.
No, give the lad a hand, all right?
Aye, sir. Take it easy. Sailor, who's this?
It's Pete Griswold. He was our engineer.
Father, this other man you brought in, the engineer.
He's dead, son. What about him?
Why, he's the man whose hand woke me up.
The dramatization to which you have just listened was suggested by a story appearing in next Sunday's issue of the American Weekly, the magazine distributed with all Hearst Sunday newspapers from coast to coast. This is Wentworth announcing and turning the microphone over to your own announcer.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Mrs. America, if your husband isn't with you by the radio tonight, please get him. Tell him that 14 minutes from now, the Equitable Society, the sponsor of this program, has some important news for homeowners as well as for people who are thinking of buying or building a home. Tell him that he's going to hear about a money-saving plan that will give him and you special protection. It's known as America's finest plan for home ownership. Tonight's FBI file, The Sinister Lighthouse.
As we speak to you tonight, an unprecedented tidal wave of crime is sweeping our country from coast to coast, through village and hamlet and town and city, destroying lives and property, and smashing savagely at the very pilings on which rests the whole structure of American society. It is the biggest crime wave in the history of our country. As to its magnitude, we need say no more than this, that major crimes alone, one of which we report tonight, are being committed at the rate of almost 5,000 every 24 hours. That morning, when her wounded veteran husband was discharged from a Long Island hospital wearing his first set of civvies in nearly 4 years, Ann Roswell was waiting outside for him in their small convertible. A few hours later, they were driving slowly over a rough dirt trail.
Ann,
Yes?
can I open my eyes now?
Dick, don't you dare.
But I'm supposed to see where I'm driving.
I'm handling that. And besides, we're almost there.
Where?
Never mind.
Hey, I smelled salt water, don't I?
Do you?
We're in Maryland, right?
Are we?
Sure. And Maryland and salt water means we're somewhere along the shore of Chesapeake Bay.
Dick, keep your eyes shut.
Okay. I'll keep guessing. Let's see. You rented us a cottage.
Nope.
A tent?
No.
A foxhole?
Really? All right, we're here, but don't look yet. There. Darling, you remember that letter you wrote me from some island about where you'd like to spend our second honeymoon?
Yeah.
You said that you'd like to find an old abandoned lighthouse and... Well, look.
Baby, you did it.
I found it about a month ago and finally dug up the people who own it.
Oh, gee, this is wonderful.
They never come here, so they said we could use it.
Oh, baby.
There's not much furniture.
Who cares? Come on, let's go look inside, quick.
All right. Oh, be careful, darling.
Never mind my leg, come on. Give me your hand, baby.
Okay. That's the front door right there.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's take over. How old is this place, do you know?
Very, very old.
Maybe we'll even find some buried treasure around.
I'm sure we will. Here we are.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
We've got to do this according to regulations. I'm carrying you through the doorway.
Oh, but Dick, darling, you can't. Your
I'm
leg.
carrying you, baby. Come on.
Oh,
this is the way we do it.
Careful now.
Okay. Now, a big kiss before I put
Dick.
you down. Huh?
Look over there on the couch.
Wait a minute. You stand right here.
He looks like he's dead. Dick, is he...
No, he's not dead. But he's sure knocked out.
What happened to him?
The hypo needle on this table probably had something to do with it.
What's he blindfolded for?
I don't know, but looks like we've stumbled into something, baby.
What'll we do, Dick?
We're gonna get the police as fast as we can. Come on, let's...
Stay where you are, both of you.
Who are you? Answer me.
If there's any questions to be answered, the boss will take care of that when he gets here. In the meantime...
Oh, Dick!
That's for crashing the party without an invite. Now sit down.
Earlier that day, in the Baltimore field office of the FBI, Agent in Charge Grant received an urgent telephone call, after which he quickly summoned Special Agent Coleman to his desk.
Got something hot off the wire, Mr. Grant?
Yes. Do you know who John Berkeley is?
You mean the plastics manufacturer here?
That's the one. He just telephoned. His son, young Howard Berkeley, has been kidnapped.
Well, when was this?
Sometime after 6 o'clock last night. Young Berkeley had gone up to the family cottage on the bay yesterday by himself to work on his boat.
Yes?
At 6 o'clock, he telephoned his home to say he was staying at the cottage all night. And that was the last they heard from him.
Oh, how do they know he was kidnapped?
The father just got an anonymous telephone call a while ago to that effect.
Oh.
The caller, a man, said Berkeley would receive his instructions later.
And in the meantime?
Here's the location of the cottage Berkeley gave me. You should be able to find it all right.
Uh-huh.
You better take a run up there right now and see if you can pick up any leads.
Oh. Okay.
I'll arrange to have approaches covered right away so we'll get the ransom note without having to contact Berkeley in the open to get it.
Right.
Get back here as soon as you can. Things may start moving fast.
Anne.
Yes, Dick?
Give me your hand. I want to stand up a minute.
But that man said...
My leg's getting stiff.
Oh, here.
Wait a minute. What are you doing?
Just stretching.
Sit down.
He's just got out of an army hospital. He was wounded.
So what?
He has to exercise his leg.
Not on my time, so sit down.
If you didn't have that gun...
Look, I've got it.
Okay.
How long are you keeping us here?
I told you. That's up to the boss. Wait a minute. That's him coming now.
Does that mean we can go?
Well, you can ask him that question. He must have saw your car.
Ox?
Yeah?
Whose car is that?
Well, we had some unexpected company, but everything's under control.
Oh. Who are they?
They claim they got permission to use the lighthouse for a second honeymoon.
Well, how romantic. Who are you?
I'm Dick Roswell, and this is my wife.
Where do you come from?
We live in the New York suburb, Scarsdale.
Oh, the Westchester set, huh?
What'll we do with them?
Mr. Roswell?
Yes?
I think you ought to know what's going on here.
I already have an idea.
Did you tell him, Ux?
Of course not.
Well, that character on the couch there is what you'd call in Westchester a house guest. He's staying here until we collect a chunk of dough from his old man.
Kidnapping.
Lady, you're being very crude. This is strictly a business deal.
Look, what are you telling them all this stuff for?
Because they're going to help us, Ux.
Huh?
On account of this is a business deal, Mrs. Roswell is going to write a business letter for us.
Well, what's the idea?
A dame's handwriting will set up a good false lead.
Oh. Oh, yeah, I get it. And besides, her fingerprints won't mean anything, huh?
That's right, Ux. Mrs. Roswell, you'll find a box of paper and a pencil on the table there.
You mean you want me to write
It's okay, baby. Here's the paper.
Did I ask you to butt in?
I'm just handing her a sheet of paper, that's all. Here, Anne.
Ready, lady?
Yes, sir.
Then take this note. To Mr. John R. Berkeley, 2705 Linwood Drive, Baltimore.
Here's the Berkeley's morning mail, Mr. Grant. Just came.
Good.
And if I'm not mistaken, here's the letter we've been waiting for.
Handle it carefully, Coleman. We don't want to spoil any fingerprints.
Right. Here you are.
I cleared the post office at 2 a.m. this morning.
Yes.
Well, let's have a look.
What does it say?
Berkeley is supposed to leave $20,000 in 5s, 10s, and 20s in a sack in the boat up at the cottage.
When?
By midnight tonight.
Say, what's that say about the Baltimore Herald?
Berkeley is to run a notice in the afternoon's Herald saying instructions are being complied with.
The usual threat, of course, to the victim.
Yes.
Well, there's not much time to get that notice in the paper.
It'll be in there. And the money will be in the boat tonight, too. I'm calling Berkeley now to arrange it. While I'm doing that, get a messenger and shoot him over to the bureau with that note.
To check it for fingerprints?
Yes, and the handwriting, too. Which is a woman's, or I miss my guess.
Looks like it.
Well, we ought to hear from the bureau in 2 or 3 hours. Maybe we'll get the lead that will drown those water rats.
Say, boss,
What is it, Ux?
you need any help?
No, I'm just about finished.
What's he doing?
Tying Berkeley up. We deliver him tonight.
Can't he whistle any other song?
He happens to like that song. He also happens to like the singer who uses it.
It also happens to be driving us crazy.
Well, everything's in real good shape.
Boss.
Well?
What time is it?
Why?
Well, it'll take us nearly an hour to row across to that boathouse.
That's right.
How much time we got?
Enough.
You haven't said what we're going to do with him and her.
That's right.
Well?
Ux, give me the hypo needle.
Berkeley don't need no more, boss. I just stuck him a few minutes ago, remember?
Ux.
Yeah?
The needle.
Okay. There you are. And here's the stuff.
Mrs. Roswell,
Yes, sir.
raise your right sleeve.
Wait a minute.
Well?
You're not going to give her any hypo.
Raise your sleeve, Mrs. Roswell.
Oh, no. No, don't.
You heard what I said.
Raise your sleeve.
No! No.
Get away from her. Get away from me, you... Hold it, chum.
Thanks, Ox. Now, load Berkeley in the boat, will you, while I put Mrs. Roswell to sleep.
And now, before the FBI file on the Sinister Lighthouse resumes, as it will in just a moment, here's that important message for homeowners and home buyers. This week, at the Equitable Life Assurance Society, I met a self-sacrificing father. Because of an expensive operation that saved his little daughter's life, this father found that he was unable to meet the monthly payments on his home. But he'd forgotten that the Equitable Society's Assured Home Ownership Plan provides a cash fund for just such financial emergencies. Well, you should have seen the relief on his face when he learned that he could keep his home and that the cash fund in his Assured Home Ownership Plan would take care of his monthly payments for a full year. This cash fund is just one of 5 major advantages of the Assured Home Ownership Plan. The other 4 are, 1, the mortgage is canceled, paid off in full if owner dies. And besides, every dollar previously paid on principal is returned in full to the widow along with the canceled mortgage. 2, the special cash fund increases as the mortgage shrinks. It can be used to shorten the term of the mortgage, pay off a 20-year mortgage, for example, in as little as 14 years, saving 6 years' interest. 3, mortgage interest not at 6%, not at 5%, but at only 4%. 4, liberal allowance to cover title search, lawyer's fees, and other closing costs. No broker's commission or bonus charges. Frankly, there is no other plan like this anywhere. The Equitable Society calls it America's finest plan for home ownership. It protects you against the 2 major hazards of home mortgages, death and hard times. So if you're planning to buy or build a house, or if you now own a home, get complete information on the Assured Home Ownership Plan from your Equitable Society representative. That's the Equitable Society. EQUITABLE. The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Sinister Lighthouse.
In crimes of abduction, such as reported tonight from the files of your FBI, kidnappers have all the advantages at first. But not for long does this unfavorable balance remain intact. For time and events in the course of executing their prepared plot are constantly at work against them. And quite often, it is some unexpected event which leads to their undoing. Certainly in this case, the appearance of the war veteran and his bride at the Lighthouse hideout was an unexpected event. It is now about 11 o'clock. On the floor of the lighthouse lie the unconscious forms of the war veteran and his bride. A few yards away, the kidnappers are putting out from shore in a rowboat. At their feet, the drugged body of their victim. And in the Baltimore office of the FBI, a few miles away.
Well, an hour from now, Mr. Grant, the kidnappers will have collected that $20,000, and here we are just sitting.
I know. This is the toughest part of a kidnapping case, Coleman.
I'd give anything if we could be at that boathouse when they get there.
So would I. But we can't gamble with the victim's life.
Well, we should be hearing from Washington.
I know they've had the ransom note for several hours now.
There must have been some fingerprints on it.
Maybe none they've got a record of.
Washington.
I hope so. Grant speaking. Right. It's Washington, all right.
I got my fingers crossed.
Hello? Yes? Uh-huh. Woman's handwriting, huh? We figured that much. Any record of it? I see. What about fingerprints? What? But that doesn't make sense. Uh-huh. All right, I got the name. Lives where? Okay, we'll go to work on it right now. Thanks.
What doesn't make sense?
The note was written by a woman. But there are 5 good fingerprints of a man on it.
Well, that's not so hard to take.
But this part is. The duplicates of those prints were found in the non-criminal file.
Huh?
They are the prints of a discharged veteran with a clean record.
Well.
And what's more, he was just released yesterday morning from a Long Island Army hospital.
Hey, wait a minute.
That's what I say. But fingerprints don't lie.
I know.
He and his wife live with his family in Scarsdale, New York. Let's get the New York office on the phone, and fast.
Say, boss.
Well?
I think we got away with them 20 G's too easy.
Just keep on rowing, Ox, and be thankful for this fog.
Anyway, I'm glad we got that kid off our hands now.
I think you've got a point there, Ox.
Yeah, I was beginning to get... Hey.
Well?
Wait a minute. Look, that kid won't be able to tell nobody nothing about us because he never got a look at us.
That's right.
But the other 2 got a real good look at us.
So?
Well, maybe we ought to go back to that lighthouse and knock 'em off for keeps.
Look, so far we've done this job clean, and that's the way it stays.
But they can identify us.
For that, they need our names, where we're from, and our fingerprints, none of which they have.
Yeah, but if...
Keep on rowing to where we hid the car. We're getting back to New York fast.
Now, take it easy, fella.
Huh?
You'll be all right.
Who are you?
We're special agents of the FBI.
FBI?
That's right.
Oh. Anne. My wife. Where is she?
She's right here.
But they
Apparently, she was drugged.
She's coming around all right now, Mr. Grant.
Good.
It'll take a couple of minutes for her mind to clear.
If I ever get my hands on those
Just tell us what you know about them quickly.
Well, sure, but how did you get here? I mean...
Fortunately, your fingerprints were on the ransom note.
Good, then it worked.
What do you mean?
I did that on purpose. I knew my prints would be on record on account of being in the Army, and maybe you could trace us here that way.
That's just what happened.
Anne and I came here for our second honeymoon.
We know all that. We've talked to your folks. And you stumbled into a kidnapping.
Yeah.
And they forced your wife to write the note.
That's right.
They've collected the ransom by now. Now it's up to us to catch them. With your help.
What do you want to know?
How many were there?
2.
Can you give us a good description?
Well, let me see.
Well, did they have any distinguishing characteristics or marks or habits that might help us?
Well, the only habit I remember was the boss kept whistling the same tune over and over and over.
What tune?
I never heard it before.
Any particular reason for him whistling it?
The other one let something slip about some girl that sings it all the time.
Who was she?
He didn't say.
Did you get any idea where they're from?
They seem to know New York pretty well.
See if you can remember how the tune went.
Well, I'm not much good at that.
Dick.
Anne, darling.
Dick.
Everything's all right, baby.
Maybe she can remember how that tune went.
Yeah. Anne, listen, baby.
Dick, I'm so sick.
You're gonna be okay, darling. Listen, you gotta help these men. They're from the FBI.
What?
That tune he was whistling all the time.
Tune?
Yeah, the one that kidnapper whistled. How did it go?
I I don't remember.
Sure you do. You never forget a tune. Come on, snap out of it, baby. If you remember that song, it might help the FBI catch them.
The FBI? What do you want to see me about?
Since you're a prominent nightclub operator here in New York, Mr. Cardoni, you might be just the man who can help us.
What do you mean?
We want you to identify a tune for us.
Tune? What tune?
We don't believe it's published. Probably special material. Mrs. Roswell.
Yes?
Would you sing it for him?
Hey, now look here. If this is some trick to get this girl an audition...
We identified ourselves, Cardoni, and we're after a couple of kidnappers. Sing the tune, Mrs. Roswell.
Do, 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 da, 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 da.
Okay. I know it's not an audition gag now.
What's the tune?
That's Kay Wentworth's theme song.
Who's she?
Nightclub singer. I booked her here several times.
Where is she now?
Around town. Why?
Who's her boyfriend?
Is she married?
To whom?
Trumpet player.
Oh.
That bad?
Look, Mr. Grant.
Yes?
Just because our man whistles a tune all the time doesn't necessarily mean he knows Kay Wentworth.
That's true.
He might be, well, just an ardent admirer of hers. Is Miss Wentworth singing anywhere now, Mr. Cardoni?
No.
You know what I'm thinking, Mr. Grant?
I believe I do. Mr. Cardoni.
Yeah?
I'm sure you book your talent for the club far in advance. But this is an emergency. And if you'll cooperate with the FBI, you may be helping us to...
And now, ladies and gentlemen, as the piece de resistance of our Sunday night celebrity show here at the Key Club, we present that scintillating singer of sophisticated songs, Miss Kay Wentworth.
There she is, boss. Oh, she's gorgeous, huh?
And you keep quiet now, Ox, or you'll eat this bottle.
Huh, boss?
Shut up.
Joe is just a name to most, but to me...
Hey, boss.
I told you to keep
But
quiet.
look who's coming this way.
I don't care who it is.
It's them kids from the Lighthouse.
What?
And they got two other guys with them.
Let's get out of here.
Just a minute, you.
What's the idea?
I believe you already know Mr. and Mrs. Roswell here. And we're special agents of the FBI.
Look, I don't know what...
They're the men, all right.
Then sit back down, both of you. We went to a lot of trouble to arrange Miss Wentworth's appearance here, especially for you, mister. You ought to hear the finish of her number. You'll have a lot of time to whistle it. The Berkeley kidnappers were tried and convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment in a federal penitentiary. Yes, the tremendous upsurge of crime in post-war America finds the kidnapper at work again. Undaunted by the fact that his predecessors back in the 20s and early 30s were, without exception, brought to justice. But your FBI warns him here and now that once again, with the cooperation of you, the American citizen, he and all his breed will be wiped out.
Next week, another thrilling case from the files of your FBI. We'll tell you about it in just a moment. Certain features of the Equitable Society's assured home ownership plan are easily remembered, such as the low interest of only 4% and the fact that if the owner dies, the widow owns the home free and clear. But there are other facts about this plan that you should know. And that's why we suggest you see the nearest Equitable Society representative without delay. He has all the information at his fingertips. and plenty of literature for reference and study. Call him tomorrow. Look up the number of the Equitable Life Assurance Society in your phone book. EQUITABLE. The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Flowers for the Corpse.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. And now this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Flowers for the Corpse. On This is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Starring Cornell Wilde in When Cupid Was a Pup on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. But first, here is Gain Whitman.
Have you been fooled by the uncertain weather of these spring days? Well, here is something you can do to help protect your family in April showers. You can make sure that rainwear, sportswear, and children's clothes you buy carry the Zealand tag. The tag that means your garment is treated with DuPont Zealand durable water repellent. Zealand is different from ordinary water repellents because its protection won't come out when your garments are washed or cleaned. Zealand is one of the DuPont Company's better things for better living through chemistry.
The DuPont Company presents When Cupid Was a Pup, starring Cornell Wilde as Dick Pearson on the Cavalcade of America.
My name is Dick Pearson. When the war ended, like a lot of other fellows, I craved two things, peace and quiet. I guess everybody can understand that. What might take a little explaining was the fact that I decided to stay in the Coast Guard to get it. Well, after a little maneuvering, I found myself heading for a job at a lighthouse, 26 miles out from San Francisco, on the Farallon Islands. I figured a place like that would be a big and welcome change after the South Pacific business. Then, too, there was one other thing that made me want to take a job in a lighthouse. But, well, anyway, when I met Pop Larson that first day, it sounded like just what the doctor ordered.
Well, here we are.
How high is the lighthouse, Mr. Larson?
360 feet above water. Highest on the Pacific coast. Get used to it, though.
As long as it doesn't rock, it's okay.
Most powerful light on the coast.
I had no idea it was so large.
Uh-huh. Light's mechanically operated. Throw this here switch and you turn on the juice. The clock mechanism controls the flash. Lights on for 2 7/10 seconds, off 17 3/10.
Well, why 2 7/10 and 17 3/10? What sets those times?
Well, every house has its own time. The skipper of a ship knows, or he can look up the flash and know he's seeing this light. Visibility's better, too.
I see. Well, so far, Mr. Larson, it sounds good.
Might as well call me Pop, son. Everybody else does.
Okay, Pop.
Now, anything else you want to know?
What'll my job be?
Mostly maintenance.
Hiya, Pop. Oh, taking a look at the old girl?
Yeah, Eddie. Oh, this here's Dick Pearson.
Oh, sure. Gonna take my place, huh, Dick?
I think so. At least it's a job with a view.
Well, that it is. Lots of sky, lots of water, and plenty of ships. Take a look.
Say, that's all right. And look at those seals down there on the rocks. Why, there must be hundreds of them.
Thousands would be more like it. Every spring they come down here to the Farallones from the Arctic, a great herd of them. Stay for a while, and one day they disappear just like they came. Back to the Arctic they go.
Yeah, they're getting restless now. Due to shove off any day. You want to see that, Pearson? One minute they're sunning themselves on the rocks, and the next, like that, they're gone.
You know, I think I'm going to like it out here. What'll my job be, Pop?
Ed'll break you in, Dick. Then he's going to leave.
Leave? I can't understand anyone wanting to get away from this peace and quiet.
Oh, sometimes it's so quiet you got to talk to yourself to be sure you're still alive.
That's exactly what I want. I won't get lonesome. It's quiet, and I like it quiet.
Sure, but you'll get tired of it. A guy like you ought to go for bright lights and excitement and people.
That depends on what you mean by excitement. As for people, I'm a little tired of them.
Sure. Well, I'll be seeing you down below.
I think Eddie's right. Seems to me that a fella just back from what you've been through would want to take himself some fun. San Francisco's only 26 miles away. You can get off, time off to run over, and have a date with a gal or something.
No, thanks. I don't like cities, and I don't want any gals.
Oh. Well, I was just
If
trying...
it'll help you understand, well, there was a girl. She couldn't wait for the war to end. Is that good enough?
Oh, one of those things, huh? Well, forget it, son. No business of mine. There they go, shoving off, I guess. Listen, son, you run on down to the rocks and watch. It's a sight you don't want to miss.
Okay, thanks. I'll see you later.
Don't be late for supper. Bobby won't stand for it.
Bobby, who's that?
Cooks for it.
Oh, don't worry. Tell him I'll be on time. What'd you say?
I said you... Oh, never mind. I'll come down there.
Can't hear a word you're saying. Seals are making too much noise.
Well, don't get too close to the edge. Oh.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Oh, just watching the seals. You ever see them before?
Yeah, but not like this. You stay here?
Stay? Well, if I didn't, you'd starve to death. Didn't Pop tell you about me?
No. He didn't say anything about a girl being out here.
What's the matter with that?
It would take too long to tell you.
You're not very friendly, are you, Mr. Pearson?
Being friendly isn't part of my job here. How'd you know my name?
Carl told me. He's the skipper of the boat that brought you out here.
Oh, I see.
I'm Bobby, Roberta Larson. But don't you dare call me Roberta. I cook. You like chowder?
Not particularly.
Scallops?
Not at all.
And you don't like girls?
Look, we went over all that a minute ago. Let's skip it.
All right, if you want it that way.
And what's that?
Oh, it sounded like a seal.
This close in?
Well, sometimes they come all the way into the cove.
Say, that sounds awfully close.
Well, it's coming from right below us.
Well, I'll climb down and see what it is.
All right, then. Oh, but hurry. The poor thing sounds as if it's in pain.
These rocks are slippery.
Oh, hold tight. See anything?
Well, I'll be doggone. Hey, look.
Oh, it's a seal, a pup. I guess the herd left it behind.
Yeah, I guess so. Gee, that poor little thing. Can't it swim?
Oh, look. Its eyes.
Yeah, blind. It must have clambered up here thinking it was going toward the herd.
Well, what are you going to do with it?
Gee, I don't know. Let me look at its eyes. No, I don't think it's really blind. There's just something wrong. I wonder...
You wonder what?
I'm going to take care of it and try to bring it around.
Oh, but you don't know anything about seals, do you?
I don't have to. I used to be a pharmacist's mate. There are a lot of men who... Well, I'm going to take him back to the lighthouse, see what I can do. He may not be much of a seal, but I want to give him a break.
Oh, he doesn't like it.
Maybe not, but boric acid ought to help his eyes. Now, hold still, baby.
Well, what do you feed it?
I don't know. A seal eats fish, doesn't it?
Well, I suppose so.
But this one can't. He's too little. Look, is there plenty of milk around here?
Yes.
Then that's it. I'll feed him warm milk until he's able to eat solid food. Now, just a minute. Say, is there a baby bottle around here?
A baby bottle? Well, what do you want to...
He can't drink milk like a dog or a cat. He needs a nursing bottle.
Oh.
I don't think it's so funny. Is there one around here?
Well, no, of course not.
Any idea where I can get one?
Well, San Francisco.
Oh, only there, huh?
Well, what's the matter with that?
I don't want to go into San Francisco.
Well, why not? We can leave early in the morning
wait. Would you do me a favor?
A favor? Well, I suppose so.
Well, the next time you go to the city, bring me back a baby bottle.
But...
Will you do it or not?
Well, that's no way to ask anyone to do you a favor.
Well, I'm not going to use it. It's for him.
Oh. Well, in that case, all right.
Well, thanks. Until I get the bottle, I'll feed him warm milk with a medicine dropper. That's right, baby. I'll have you up and around in no time.
What's going on here?
Oh, Carl, come in.
What do you got there?
You know Dick, don't you?
Sure, brought him out this afternoon. What's doing here?
We found the seal pup.
Found him? Let me see. He's blind, hasn't got his eyes open.
That's why we're bathing them.
He'll have to be killed.
Killed? What for?
The herd deserted him. He wasn't fit to go along with them. He's a weakling. Not fit to live.
Oh. Only the physically fit should survive, huh? I thought I heard the last of that one.
What do you mean by that?
Nothing at all. I found the seal, and I'll take care of him.
Yeah? All right, knock yourself out. It's not my business. Bobby, you and me had a date in the city this afternoon. I've been looking for you.
Oh, well, I forgot. We found the seal.
We? Maybe you better get ready.
But I...
Go ahead. I can manage alone, all right.
Sure, step on it, Bobby.
Oh, all right. I'll get ready. I'll meet you at the boat.
Don't forget the bottle.
I won't.
What are you talking about? What bottle?
I asked you to pick up a baby bottle in San Francisco.
Baby bottle? You nuts?
It's for the seal. He can't eat solid food.
Oh. What's the matter with you going in to get it?
Nothing. I don't feel like going in the city.
She said she'd do it, huh?
That's right. She said she wouldn't mind.
Well, maybe I might.
You?
Yeah, me. Maybe you and me better get something straight right now so we don't have any trouble later on.
And why should we have any trouble later?
Because I'm going to marry Bobby. Is that clear?
Yeah, it's clear. But I can't see it's any great interest to me. So you're going to marry Bobby. What am I supposed to do?
Just keep away from her, that's all.
Now, look, you gave me some advice. I want to tell you something.
Yeah, what?
When I came here, I wanted this job because it got me away from people and stupid things like this discussion we just had. I don't want any part of them. All right, you marry Bobby or anybody you want. It's none of my business.
Sure, but I was just telling you.
Exactly. You just told me. So let's let it go at that. Now move over. I'm going to bathe his eyes again. Quiet, baby. You mustn't wake Eddie.
Oh, what makes you think I could sleep through all that racket?
Gee, I'm sorry, Ed.
Oh, look, Dick. I like you. You're a great guy. Sometimes you get funny spells. Still, I like you. But there is a limit.
I told you I should have slept downstairs with
Oh, no. It's all right. But for 2 weeks, we've been waking up every hour on the hour because the baby has got to have his bottle and his boric acid poultices. But I ask you, if the seal ever gets better, who's going to nurse us back to health?
I'm sorry, Ed, but I got to take care of Oscar.
Oh, Oscar. You got a name for him now.
Sure. It fits his personality, don't you think? Hand me the bottle, will you?
Sure. You want me to take it downstairs and warm it a little?
No, thanks. This'll be all right.
Oh, that's good.
You know something? I'm worried about Oscar. His eyes are better. Now he can see, but it's about time he was taking solid food, isn't it?
Me? I'm a bachelor. I don't know anything about babies and solid food.
You know, I tried to give him a fish yesterday. He just smelled it and barked.
You know, you're a funny guy. You come out here after being all through the Pacific to play wet nurse to a seal. I can't figure you out. Come on, now give. What's troubling you?
Well, you see it when I got back. I wanted to be alone, get away from people. I thought that would help.
Help what?
Oh, a lot of things.
Oh, a gal, huh?
Well, not only that. I was sick and tired of everything I'd seen. But, you know, I found out something. No matter what you do or say, you can't get away from yourself. That's why I've got to keep Oscar alive. He's given me something to be interested in again. Does that sound silly?
No, it ain't silly, Dick. But what are you going to do?
Well, I guess all I can do is keep feeding him milk every hour. But I'll tell you what, Ed, I'll sleep downstairs when we're both off watch. That way we won't keep you awake.
Oh, never mind that. But, you know, if my friends ask me why I'm looking so ragged, I'm going to sound pretty silly telling them I've been sitting up with a sick seal.
Well, I don't know, Dick. Looks like you're going to lose him.
Yeah. Look at him. Thin as a rail. And he won't touch solid food.
Darned if I ever saw a seal that wouldn't touch fish.
Look, Oscar. Look. Fish. You see, all he does is smell it. He wants to eat it, but he can't.
A person would think it was a kid the way you worry about it.
Well, it's almost that way with me. Oh, he's dying.
I think he is, Dick.
And only because he can't eat.
Oh, Dick, I've got it.
What?
Oh, with the book you asked me to get in San Francisco on natural history. And look, there's a whole chapter in it about seals. Right here, see?
Let me have it. That's the feeding habits. Bottom of his mouth. The membrane. Well, I'll be doggone. There's even a picture. Hey, Pop.
What is it?
Look, I'll show you. Here. Oscar, hold still, baby. Open your mouth. Now, look, just as the book says. Look, see this membrane holding his tongue down to his jaw? That's why he can't eat fish. He can't swallow.
Well, I'll be a son of a gun. Well, what are you going to do about it?
Do? Well, I cured his eyes, didn't I? Well, I'm going to operate. I'm going to cut that membrane.
Oh, but Dick, do you think you can?
Well, it's got to be done or he'll die. He'll starve to death. It's got to be done now. Come on.
You were listening to Cornell Wilde as Dick Pearson in When Cupid Was a Pup on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. As the second part of our story opens, Dick Pearson has nursed a seal pup back to health, only to learn that unless a membrane in the seal's mouth is cut, it will be unable to eat. Now, Dick, Bobby, and Pop Larson are in the kitchen of the Lighthouse, getting ready to perform the operation.
Now, we got everything?
Mm-hmm. Knife, iodine, cotton.
If this ain't the silliest thing, maybe we ought to wear white robes and masks.
Oh, Pop.
Now, this isn't a laughing matter. I'm nervous.
Well, I am, too.
Now, look, Oscar, this is going to hurt. But when it's all over, you'll be able to eat fish. Seals are supposed to eat fish. Hey, Pop, hold down his flippers.
Yeah, got him.
Okay. And Bobby, try not to touch the knife with your fingers, huh?
All right.
I'll get Oscar's mouth open. Now, hold it, baby. Now, put Papa's mouth open with this block of wood. There. Now what's going on?
Oh, hello, Carl. Sit down.
What the devil are you doing?
Now the knife.
Hey, Bobby, we had a date.
Oh, you'll have to wait, Carl. Here's the knife, Dick.
Thanks. Now, here we go, Oscar. Hold him, Pop.
I got him. Bobby, we got a date.
Oh, just a minute, Carl. Go ahead, Dick.
Every time I got a date with you, you got one with that seal.
Steady, Oscar. Steady. There. Iodine.
Mm-hmm.
There. Okay, Pop, let him go. I think the operation was a success, but we'll see.
We're trying with that fish.
I'm going to.
Darndest thing I ever heard of.
What's the idea?
Well, there was a membrane in Oscar's jaw. Held it down his tongue so he couldn't swallow.
Hey, look. Look, he's smelling the fish. Oscar, take it. Go ahead.
He ain't gonna do it.
Oh, please, Oscar, you got it. Come on. He did. He ate the fish.
Oh, Dick, I could hug you.
Don't try it, Bobby. Well, I guess I'll take Oscar down to the rocks for a walk.
Yeah, that might be a good idea.
Come on, Oscar. Now that you can eat, we'll go fishing.
Well, Bobby, you going with me?
Oh, all right, Carl. I'll be with you as soon as I change my clothes. I won't be long.
Well, guess I'll be checking the light.
Hey, Pop.
Yeah?
You better give that guy Pearson a little talk. Tell him to quit hanging around with Bobby. I warned him once, but it didn't stick.
Carl, Bobby's her own boss. So's Dick. As long as he does his work, I've got no complaint.
Okay. I'll tell him myself. The next time I'll make it stick.
But I'm telling both of you, this is nuts, just plain nuts.
Oh, Ed, you don't know anything about
But
it.
I've seen enough seals to know.
Oscar's different. He's not just any seal.
That's right.
In the book, it says seals have to be taught to swim by their mothers.
Well, all you need is flippers and the mother instinct.
You know, this cove's a good place. The water's quiet, not deep, just like a pool.
Oscar is a crazy seal. First he couldn't see, then he couldn't eat. Now he can't swim. Maybe he ain't even a seal.
Ah, shut up, Eddie, will you? Hey, Oscar. Now, look, baby. This is water. Now, go on in.
Oh, fine. Now you have to tell him what water is.
Gosh, he's afraid of it.
Well, he oughtn't to be. You had him in a bathtub enough times.
Now, look, Oscar. You're going in that water. One way or another, you're going in that water and swim.
We hope.
Give me the book, Bobby.
Oh, here.
Let's see. The book says he has to be taught to keep his nose closed underwater. Maybe I should teach him to read first.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that's all we need is a seal that reads. What's next?
Oscar, you brought this on yourself. I'm going to push you in and teach you what every seal should know. Here you go.
Hey, he sank like a rock.
Why, he didn't swim a stroke.
He's just laying at the bottom.
Gosh, he'll drown.
Well, he will if he stays there.
Oh, Dick, he's got to be pulled out.
I know. Here goes.
Hey, grab him and hand him out to me, Dick.
Okay. Eddie, you take him, quick. All right. Hey, I got him. Hey, give me a hand, too, huh?
There.
You, Oscar, you dumb clock. You're going to swim if I have to move your flippers for you.
Oh, this I can't watch. A seal that sinks like a rock. Oh, I'll see you later.
Dick, what are you going to do?
Do? The only thing left. Look, the water's not deep. I'll stand in close to the rocks and hold Oscar up until he gets the idea.
Oh, you can't do it alone.
Well, why not? Come on.
Oh, wait, I'll help.
Well, okay, if you want to. Now, Oscar, you're going to swim if it drowns you and me.
He's doing it. He's learned to keep his nose closed underwater.
Yeah, and he's using his flippers. That a boy, Oscar. Look at him. He loves it.
Why, Dick, you're laughing.
Laughing? Well, what's the matter with that?
Well, you never laughed much.
Well, there wasn't anything to laugh about.
Wasn't there? Were things that bad?
Now, look, Bobby, we get along swell as long as we have Oscar to think about. Let's not talk about me.
Well, why not? You know, sometimes I think you need help as much as Oscar.
Yeah, I guess I do. I certainly needed Oscar to make me see a lot of things. That being alone and getting away from things doesn't help. And, well...
What were you going to say?
Yeah, what were you going to say?
Why, Carl, I thought you were going to San Francisco.
I didn't. Come on, get out of that water.
Oh, now you listen to me.
Come on. Maybe you better get back up to the house, huh?
I will not. I don't like being ordered around.
All right, suit yourself. Pearson? What? I told you a couple of times to keep away from Bobby. Maybe you didn't hear right. Now, look, Carl, let's not go over all that again. Ever since you came here, you've been making a play for Bobby, and I don't like it any better now than I did at first. That seal, I should have killed him right away. And it ain't too late.
Oh, Carl, don't you dare.
I told you to keep out of this. Now, be reasonable, Carl. You're imagining things. Imagining? Well, you see if this is imagination. Oh, you crazy fool. You kicked off. And that ain't all.
Oh, Carl, you idiot. You stupid fool.
You shouldn't have done that, Carl. But I did. I've been aching for a chance to take a poke at you ever since you came here. Okay, I gave you a reason. Slug me. Come on. Now, look. Maybe I know how you feel. But don't try it again. I think you're yellow. Just to prove it, I'll do it again. Well, you...
Oh, stop it. Carl, Dick.
If you want to get up, Carl, you can try it again, but I wouldn't if I were you. Now, Bobby, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cause all this. Come on, Oscar.
Well, what's eating on you, son?
Pop, I kind of made a mess of things since I've been here. Maybe I ought to clear out.
Uh-huh. Bobby told me what happened.
I wouldn't have come between them for anything in the world.
Dick, there was nothing between Bobby and Carl. He sort of took things for granted. Bobby didn't tell you she was in love with him, did she?
Well, no, but that's what I thought all along.
Sure. But Bobby wasn't going to come right out and tell you different. There was nobody going to bathe your eyes in boric acid to make you see. You had them wide open, but there was something inside that was blind. Understand?
Are you serious, Pop?
Maybe you better ask Bobby. I saw her heading for the cove a couple of minutes back.
Oh, Pop, you're wonderful. Thanks. Thanks a million. Hello, Bobby.
Oh, hello.
That Oscar's good company, isn't he?
Yes, uh-huh.
But I've got a hunch he'll leave me to join the herd. He's well again. He knows how to swim. Yep, he'll leave. Just like that. Okay, Oscar, I'm going to tell her.
Tell me? Tell me what?
Well, Bobby, I don't know whether I can pick just the right words. They may even sound a little stiff and awkward. Maybe because I swore once I'd never put myself in a spot where I'd say them again.
And now?
Why, I told you before that I needed Oscar, that he made me see something.
Oh?
That's right. Well, Bobby, nobody had to bathe my eyes in boric acid so I could see again. I didn't need that kind of help, but there was something I did need, and I didn't know it.
What are you trying to say, Dick?
Well, I'm trying to say that I needed you. I thought I wanted peace and quiet, that I wanted to be alone.
Well, didn't Oscar help?
Well, in a way, yes. He was the one who brought us together. Made me realize that I needed someone as much as he did. Do I make sense, Bobby?
Well...
You're not supposed to answer, Oscar. She is.
Well, do you really think I can take Oscar's place?
Well, if you try real hard.
I'll do my best. Well, you're not supposed to laugh after you kiss a girl.
Yeah, but look, we had a seal pup playing Cupid for us.
Oh, Dick, he's jumped in.
Oscar! Why, he's going away.
Oh, to join the herd. You know, it seems Oscar knows what he wants, too.
Mission accomplished, says Oscar.
And he'll be back next year. You want to wait for him?
Uh-huh. With you. You want me to tell you I love you?
Oh, it might be nice.
All right. Bobby, I love you. I know Oscar wouldn't be jealous if he heard me say it.
We'll return to our Cavalcade microphone in a moment. Now, here is Gain Whitman.
Just how good were the good old days? Not everything about them was good. If you had to buy food for your family in the old-time cluttered general store, for instance, you'd be horrified. Almost no food products were wrapped or packaged. In the daytime, the village loafers parked their muddy boots on the flour barrel, which the rats and mice used at night as a playground. The proprietor's cat slept in the open sugar barrel. If Mrs. Jones decided she didn't want soda crackers after handling them, they went right back into the box. Flies swarmed everywhere. The store was a gathering place for every germ in the neighborhood. People didn't know much about germs then. Today, all of us know that unwrapped, unprotected foodstuffs are dangerous. More and more, products in more and more stores come to you in modern, protected packages. And now that the war is over, more and more are wrapped in DuPont cellophane. Sparkling, transparent cellophane lets you see food products, and because it keeps them better, it saves money for you and for your grocer. But it should not be forgotten that DuPont cellophane as a package for the foods you buy is doing another vitally important job. It is protecting your bread, your cake, your cheese. It is safeguarding your candy, your toothbrush, your baby's underwear against contamination. DuPont cellophane is a wall in the path of disease germs. It keeps germs out. As a matter of fact, doctors, surgeons sometimes use it for that purpose, adding a layer of cellophane to the surgical dressing over a wound. Yes, indeed. Our good new days are better than the good old days. We're healthier. We live longer. We use individual paper towels instead of one towel for all comers. We use paper drinking cups instead of one tin cup or dipper for the whole family. The same increasing knowledge of the importance of hygiene is one of the reasons for the ever-growing number of products wrapped in cellophane. Cellophane that shows what it protects. One of the DuPont Company's better things for better living through chemistry. And now, once again, our star, Cornell Wilde.
Thank you. And thank you, Gain.
Oh, by the way, doing anything next Monday night?
Next Monday night, I don't think so. Why?
Then here's an invitation for you to listen to Circus Day on Cavalcade.
Circus Day? With seals?
And all the trimmings. Pink lemonade, popcorn, cotton candy, hot dogs, and the greatest array of talent ever assembled.
Well, that's a big order.
Well, yes. But we fill it with Academy Award winner Anne Revere and the fine young actor Ted Donaldson.
Well, that's good enough for anybody. I'll take a ticket for the big top right here.
You're in. And thanks for your fine performance tonight.
Well, this was my first appearance on Cavalcade, and it was a pleasure. Thanks and good night.
Cornell Wilde appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox and will be seen in their production, Centennial Summer.
The music for tonight's DuPont Cavalcade was composed and conducted by Robert Armbruster. The Cavalcade play was written by Bernard Fines and Harold Franklin and was based on an original story by Richard English, published in the Saturday Evening Post. In tonight's cast with Cornell Wilde were Sammy Hill as Bobby, Griff Barnett as Pop, Elliot Lewis as Carl, and Jerry Hausner as Ed. This is Tom Collins inviting you to listen next week to Circus Day, starring Anne Revere and Ted Donaldson on the Cavalcade of America. Brought to you by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Tonight, the DuPont Company brings you The Woman on Lime Rock, starring Shirley Booth on the Cavalcade of America. When the storms rage and the fog hangs thick over the ocean, the lives of the men who go down to the sea in ships depend on the courage and devotion of the lighthouse keeper. The drama of this service is even greater when the keeper of the light is a woman. Well, that's our story for tonight. But first, here's Gayne Whitman. Ski slopes and skating ponds are crowded these days with youngsters and grown-ups alike. Yes, the winter sports season is in full swing. And again this season, the swing is to outdoor wear treated with DuPont Zealand durable water repellent. Jackets, ski clothes, reversibles, snowsuits, parkas, all carry the Zealand tag. Garments treated with Zealand continue to be water repellent, even after many launderings or cleanings. Zealand is one of the DuPont Company's better things for better living through chemistry. And now, Shirley Booth as Ida Lewis in The Woman on Lime Rock on the DuPont Cavalcade of America. It's late afternoon in the year 1911. In a hotel room in Newport, Rhode Island, Will Carver, an elderly journalist, stands at the window looking across the harbor toward Lime Rock Lighthouse. He remains there for a long time until the door opens and Robbins, his secretary, enters.
Excuse me, Mr. Carver, but are you ready to dictate your editorial?
What? Oh, yes, the editorial. You got your pen?
All set, sir.
Special to the New York Herald. Dateline, Newport, Rhode Island. Tonight, after half a century of service in a lonely lighthouse off the coast of Rhode Island, a brave and wonderful woman is dead. Her name has been a symbol of heroism and selfless devotion in every American home. And to the countless thousands who have been cheered by the steady and reassuring rays of Lime Rock light, the news that Ida Lewis has passed away will come as a deep and personal blow. Robbins, I'll continue in a few minutes.
Yes, sir. You knew her personally, didn't you, sir?
From the time we were children. We were in the same class at school. I used to pull her pigtails and she'd throw snowballs at me. And then, when we were a little older, I courted her.
Oh, Will, don't be so silly. We're too young to be thinking of marrying.
Too young? Why, Ida, you're almost 16.
Well, nowadays, girls wait till they're much older before they marry. I don't intend to get married before I'm at least 20.
20? You mean you're going to throw away 4 whole years of your life just sitting in your father's lighthouse?
I should say not. I'm going to have a career.
Doing what?
Teaching school.
Holy catfish.
Sure. I've always wanted to be a teacher. And, Will, I haven't told this to anyone yet, but the school's offered me a job.
They did?
Mm-hmm. It's a nice kind of work, teaching others what you know and learning more yourself all the time.
Ida, will you promise to wait for me?
Why? Where are you going?
To New York. I'm going to try and get a job on a newspaper.
Oh, Will, how wonderful.
Well, you sound mighty pleased to get rid of me.
Oh, don't be silly. It's just I'm so proud of you.
You are?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gosh, Ida, I'll be thinking of you all the time. If I write to you, will you answer my letters?
Of course I will. Maybe I'll even correct your spelling.
Ida, while I'm away, you wouldn't marry anyone else, would you?
But, Will, how could I? I'll be teaching school.
for New York, and Ida started in teaching here at the Newport School. Everyone was pleased with her, even her pupil. And then one day, in the middle of her class, she got an urgent message to hurry right out to Lime Rock. Inside the lighthouse, the doctor was waiting for her.
I rode over as fast as I could, Doctor. What is it? Did something happen to Father?
Ida, your father's had a stroke.
Oh, Doctor. Is he very bad?
My child, I'm afraid so.
But is he suffering?
No, the pain is over.
Thank goodness.
But the worst of it is he'll always be crippled. Oh, he may be able to take a few steps with a cane, but I'm afraid that his hands will be useless.
Well, then how can he won't be able to tend the light?
Yes, that's what hit him the hardest, knowing he'll have to give up his job here.
But the lighthouse service is his life.
I know it, and believe me, child, if there was anything I could do, any hope I could hold out.
Doctor, is he going to die?
That's up to you, Ida. He can live to a ripe old age if he wants to. It's up to you to make him want to. You've got to convince him that he can be happy and useful living on the mainland.
Can I go in and see him now?
Of course. I'll wait for you here. And then we can talk about moving him ashore.
Are you awake, Father?
Yes, Ida. I was just lying here, waiting for you.
Can I get you something? Some water, or would you like some nice hot soup?
Ida, I'll have to quit the service.
Well, what's so awful about that? You've been here so long, maybe it's time you had a change of scenery.
A change of scenery? Ida, is that you talking? Don't you know what this place means to me? It's in my blood. It's part of me. It's all I know, all I want.
But, Father, if you'd only...
Oh, if this thing had to happen to me, why didn't it kill me? If I have to leave Lime Rock, I might as well be dead.
Father, please, you mustn't talk that way. What about me? I need you. I want you to live for a long, long time.
I'm sorry, dear. Don't mind what I just said. I was just yelling a lot of silly nonsense. I'll go ashore whenever the doctor says.
I'll call him in. Doctor?
Yes?
Would you please stay with Father for a minute? I'll be right back.
But, Captain, this isn't the end. Well, you have a long, good life ahead.
No, Doc, it's no good. When something has no more usefulness left, it just dies. Well, there's no usefulness left in me on shore.
But, Captain, you can't stay here. They'll have to appoint another keeper. What was that?
Oh, just the gun at Fort Adams. It's sunset. Time for the light to go on. Doc, help me.
Oh, good Lord, man. Now, you can't get up.
But the light. It's got to go on. It's late already.
No, it isn't, Father. I just lit it.
Ida.
You lit it, Ida?
Father showed me a few things about light tending whenever I was out here.
Oh, I see. Well, it saved the situation tonight, child, but I don't think we ought to run the risk of its happening again. Another keeper ought to be out here as soon as possible.
You're right, Doc. Ida, honey, sit down and write a letter to the Lighthouse service telling them I'm resigning.
Believe me, it's all for the best.
Resigning? No. No, you're not resigning.
My dear child, you don't realize
Yes, I do, Doctor. Father can't live any place but here. And he's not going to.
But Ida...
He's always been in Lighthouse service. He knows everything there is to know about tending the light.
But Ida, honey, I can't move from this bed.
You won't have to. With you to give the orders and me to carry them out, we'll keep the light going as smooth as before.
Now, just a minute, Ida. You can't teach school all day and tend a lighthouse all night.
I'm not going to teach anymore. I'm making this my job.
Oh, no. I won't let you. I know what your teaching means to you. Do you think I'd let you make a sacrifice like that for me? I'd never forgive myself.
It's not such a sacrifice, Father. I love it here at the lighthouse.
But it's hard work, and it's risky, and it's lonesome. There's no life in the world more lonesome than a lighthouse keeper's. And there's no money in the lighthouse service. Just a few $100s a year, no future.
Then why do men like you stay in it?
Well, I don't know.
I've often wondered, Father. Maybe now I'll find out. And you'll see, between the two of us, you'll still be the best lighthouse keeper in the service.
So Ida Lewis learned the business of light tending and went about it quietly and efficiently. It must have kept her pretty busy because in the next 10 years, many of my letters went unanswered. And then, one bitter March day in 1869, 2 soldiers, trying to row back to Fort Adams in the midst of a howling blizzard, were flung into the icy waters of Newport Harbor and dragged ever farther out to sea.
Pete, help me! Hang on to the boat! I can't! You gotta hang on! Here, grab my hand! I can't make it! Jim! Hang on, son! Jim, it's the boat! You hear me? The boat! Reach out! I'll pull you in! Jim, pass out!
I got hold of his arm, that's it. Lift him up a bit. Now you. There. Wrap these tarpaulins around you.
Jim looks like he's done for.
It's your job to keep him alive for 5 minutes. My job to get us all back to the lighthouse.
Ida Lewis got those 2 soldiers safely back to the lighthouse, and thanks to her resourceful care, they both recovered. Ida had rescued others before, but the stories never found their way into the newspapers. And this one did, however. And overnight, Ida Lewis was a national heroine. Suddenly, the eyes of the whole country were turned on that little lighthouse, and people made special pilgrimages to heap honors and awards upon her. Her most important visitor was Ulysses S. Grant, President of the United States. Her least important visitor was me.
Oh, Will, it's so good to see you. Sit down. Tell me all about yourself. What are you doing?
Interviewing you for the New York Herald?
Oh.
You know, the real reason I came up here was to find out why in the name of Goshen you didn't answer my letters. Actually, one word would have been enough. Just the word yes.
Will Carver, don't tell me that after all these years you're still a bachelor.
Yep. I'm still waiting for you to make up your mind. Or change it, as the case may be.
Ida, show Will the medal they gave you.
Yes, Father.
And tell him about the gold watch and chain and the resolution drawn up by the Rhode Island Assembly.
Oh, I know all about that, Captain Lewis.
Oh, you do, huh?
Yeah.
Do you know about the hundreds of letters Ida received asking for her hand in marriage?
Know about them. I wrote them.
Oh, well, these were from other young men.
Oh. Well, of course, you realize they're after you only because you're famous.
Oh? What's your reason?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I like the way you polish a lamp.
Oh, well.
Look, why don't you come ashore and have dinner with me? There's so much I want to tell you.
I'd love to, but I can't.
Oh. You mean you never get off this place?
Oh, yes. Yes, once a week I row ashore for supplies. And I can hardly wait to get back.
Do you mean that?
Of course.
Well, don't you ever get lonely?
Oh, there are 1 or 2 good friends who come out to spend a few hours with me now and then.
Well, may I be one of them?
You already are. But please, Will, don't ever try to come out here when it's stormy. For my sake, as well as yours.
Oh, I promise I'll always consult the weatherman before I leave.
What's the matter, Will? If Ida could pull those other fellas out of the harbor, guess she can save you, too.
Oh, I'm sure she can, Captain.
But when I see who it is, Father, I think he's afraid I'll throw him back in.
You are listening to The Woman on Lime Rock, starring Shirley Booth as Ida Lewis, on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company, maker of better things for better living, through chemistry.
Will Carver, a journalist, has traveled to Newport, Rhode Island to report on the death of his lifelong friend Ida Lewis, keeper of Lime Rock Lighthouse. As we continue with our play, we take you back to Will Carver and his story.
I went out to the lighthouse very often after that, and the years slipped by almost unnoticed. And then, in 1878, Captain Lewis died.
Too bad about your father, Miss Ida. Sorry to hear it, but we all got to go sometime.
Very kind of you to come out here, Mr. Jacobs.
I might as well tell you, I've asked the Lighthouse Board to appoint me keeper here in your father's place. Sent my application to Washington last night.
Didn't waste any time, did you? My father was only buried yesterday afternoon.
Well, light can't be left untended, you know. Miss Ida, I don't want you to think I'm hurrying you, but when the appointment comes through, I'd like to be able to move right out here.
So if you'll have your stuff all packed and ready to take ashore...
You speak as if it were all settled, Mr. Jaquith.
I got no reason to think they'll turn me down.
What reason do you think they'll have to turn me out?
Why? Because you're a woman.
What difference does that make? I've lived and worked out here for 20 years. I've tended the light and kept it as clean and clear as a man could. Mr. Jaquith, I don't want to leave.
But your father's dead. You got no right to stay on. No woman's ever been an official lighthouse keeper.
There always has to be a first.
Well, it ain't going to be you. I got friends in Washington. They'll soon see to it that you're hustled off Lime Rock so fast you won't know what hit you.
Meanwhile, I'm still in charge here, and I'll thank you to leave.
Well, that afternoon, Ida had another visitor, a very distinguished one. They sat out on the rock and talked together.
Mind if I smoke, Miss Lewis?
Not at all, General Sherman.
Tell me, have you made any plans now that your father's gone?
No, I haven't. All I know is I want to stay here.
On Lime Rock? I thought it was only on your father's account.
It was at first. When I first came out here 20 years ago, I didn't understand why he couldn't bear to leave it. I understand now.
It's been your home, I realize.
Oh, much more than that, General. It's been my life, my whole life. And I've been a very good lighthouse keeper, too. I can't even think of doing any other work or living any other way. My roots have gone so deep into this rock, I can't pull them up. It'd be like leaving my country.
Well, then why shouldn't you stay?
Because, General, although plenty of women attend in lights for their husbands and fathers and brothers, just as I've been doing all these years, no woman has ever been officially appointed.
I see. Miss Lewis, I shall use whatever influence I have to get you officially appointed to succeed your father.
General, if you only could. Thank you.
Don't thank me. Heaven knows you've earned it, and more. But please, don't get your hopes up too high. You know the foolish prejudice that exists against women holding down positions of responsibility.
General Sherman, surely you must know that in this country of all countries, that prejudices can be broken. And women have been breaking them for years, and they'll continue to do so.
Oh, Miss Lewis, I admire your spirit. I do indeed. And I suspect it's that kind of spirit that's made America what it is.
General, I promise you, now that I'm on Lime Rock alone, I'll make all the more certain that nothing goes wrong. There's no use you're trying to get back to the mainland tonight, Fanny. You spend the night right here.
Oh, I don't know how I'll have a happy moment with that gloomy horn blowing right over my head.
I wouldn't have a happy moment if that gloomy horn weren't blowing. It's my job to see that foghorn keep sounding.
You mean you stay up all night?
In storms or thick weather? Always.
Oh, I declare I don't know how you stand it, Ida. Why, even a strong man would break under a schedule like that, and you're such a thin slip of...
Be quiet.
What?
Listen.
Oh, I don't hear anything.
The foghorn stopped.
Ida, where are you going?
Up to the light tower to see what's happened to it.
Wait, I'm coming with you.
I cleaned and oiled the machinery this morning. Something must have broken.
How long will it take you to fix it?
I don't know. Fanny, I'm going to see what's wrong with it here. You take this fish horn, open the window, and start blowing on it for all you're worth.
What?
We've got to keep giving some kind of warning to the boats that may be near, or they'll pile up on the rocks. For heaven's sake, Fanny, blow it.
Oh, I can't make a sound come out of it, Ida.
Here, give it to me. If there's any craft in these waters, I hope they hear me. They've got to hear me.
While Ida blew with every ounce of her strength into the emergency foghorn, a passenger vessel loaded to the gunwales with immigrant women and children was inching its way through the fog that blotted out even the strong rays of Lime Rock light.
Are you going to try to make it in this fog, sir? Yeah. Pretty soon we ought to be hearing the Lime Rock horn. That'd set us on our course. Seems to me, though, I should have heard it before now.
Newport Harbor's a mighty narrow channel, Captain. If we should run into the reef with all them women and kids below...
It's too late to turn back now.
At the lighthouse, Ida Lewis had been pouring her strength and her heart into the horn until it was sheer agony for her to draw another breath.
Ida, you've been at it for hours. You've got to take a little rest, just for a few minutes.
I don't dare.
If you can't keep it up, you'll kill yourself.
I guess you're right, Fanny. I've got to stop for a while.
That's right. You take a little nap.
No, I've got to keep it up. It's my job to warn the ships out there. If I fail, they'll say it's because I'm a woman. Because women can't take responsibility. Give me that horn, Fanny, quick.
You hear anything yet, Captain?
Not a sound. I can't understand it.
What was that? I heard it.
Off our port bow. Wait a minute. That's not the Lime Rock horn.
But it's coming from where Lime Rock ought to be. Somebody's trying to signal.
Swing her hard to starboard. That's it. Another minute and we'd have piled onto the rocks. Yes, we hear you, Ida Lewis. We hear you. Bless you.
Later, when Ida was shopping for supplies in Newport, she stopped off at the post office.
Oh, Miss Lewis, there was a telegram come from Washington a couple of days ago. But we couldn't get it out to you on account of the storm. Here it is.
Thanks, Danny.
You look kind of nervous, Miss Lewis.
I am. This could be the best news I've ever had, or the bitterest disappointment of my life.
Well, ain't you going to read it? You can't if you keep your eyes shut.
I'm saying a little prayer, Danny. You read it to me.
Sure. It says, Miss Ida Lewis, Newport, Rhode Island. You were officially appointed yesterday as Keeper of Lime Rock Light. Congratulations, William Tecumseh Sherman.
The next Sunday, I went out to Lime Rock. Ida fixed a picnic lunch, and we sat on the rocks below the light. You're very happy here, aren't you, Ida?
Oh, yes, Will. The last few weeks were torture. Oh, I felt as if I were here on trial, as if any minute I'd be ordered off Lime Rock forever. Now I know it's all right. I'm here because I belong here, because I love it.
Ida, how do you think a man feels when he realizes that his rival is a lighthouse?
Oh, my dear.
And it certainly isn't very flattering when the lighthouse wins. I guess I just didn't have enough charm.
Listen to me, Will. That isn't true. You're very, very dear to me. But everyone's life takes a certain path, and after a while it's too late to turn aside. I had to stay on Lime Rock, just the way my father did.
I love you, Ida. I'm afraid I always will.
Thank you, Will. With all my heart, thank you.
That's how it was with Ida Lewis and me. I brought her news of the world she had left behind so long ago, and we talked and laughed together. I never noticed it happening, but somehow we'd both grown old. And yet Ida still tended the light in all weather without faltering. Until tonight, after half a century of service in a lonely lighthouse off the coast of Rhode Island, a brave and wonderful woman is dead.
Near every rocky shore of the American coastline, the lights still shine bright. This is America, they tell the traveler, and you are safe. For the lighthouses are symbols of America, and we would not have them were it not for women like Ida Lewis and men like her father. Human beings so devoted to duty that their duty becomes their cause. And that's American, too. Extra service to our fellows in need. A neighborly spirit that keeps the light glowing in our homes and on our coastlines and in our hearts. Now, here's Gain Whitman speaking for DuPont. Around this time of year, in my home, and maybe in yours, we look over the snapshots we took during the summer. The one of the kids in swimming. The funny one of Uncle Mert having trouble with the hot dog. The lopsided picture Billy took from the Ferris wheel at the amusement park. You know. We keep all of our snapshots, even the bad ones. Generally, we pick out 3 or 4 of those we like best and have enlargements made. Do you know how enlargements are made? Your film, the negative, is put into a machine much like your camera, except that it has a bright light in it, a projector. The light throws a shadow picture down on a table. The image is made large or small by sliding the projector up and down. When it's focused, a piece of sensitized paper is placed in a frame and exposed to the shadow image, after which it goes into baths of different chemicals. The DuPont Company is now supplying photographic studios with a radically different type enlarging paper, a development of chemical science which simplifies this process. It is trademarked Defender Varigam Variable Contrast Paper. In Varigam, chemical research has created a paper which varies in contrast according to the color of the light used for exposure. Under yellow light, the resulting photograph is soft. Under blue light, the print has contrast. In practice, this means the technician in a photographic studio, the professional, or you, the amateur, if you make your own enlargements, can control the amount of yellow or blue light reaching the paper. All that is necessary is to attach colored filters to the lens of the enlarging machine. Of course, if you forget to wind the film, or hang your hat over your camera when you snap that picture of Grandma, Varigam isn't going to guarantee you a good picture. But Varigam does ensure that from now on, it will be possible to make better enlargements more simply from average snapshots taken by amateur photographers like me. When you try it, I think you'll agree DuPont Defender Varigam Enlarging Paper is a welcome addition to the DuPont Company's Better Things for Better Living through chemistry.
Ladies and gentlemen, 10,000 men are needed for the United States Coast Guard for important peacetime work. If you are between the ages of 17 and 25, or if you're an ex-serviceman between 17 and 35 and want to enlist, go to your nearest Coast Guard recruiting office tomorrow.
Next week, the DuPont Cavalcade brings you Ralph Bellamy and Louise Albritton in The Prairie Burner. It's the exciting story of the Santa Fe. Be sure and listen next Monday at the same time to The Prairie Burner, starring Ralph Bellamy and Louise Albritton on the Cavalcade of America.
As gunshots echo across the wind-swept, snow-covered reaches of the wild Northwest, Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, the breakfast cereal shot from guns, present the challenge of the Yukon. It's Yukon King, swiftest and strongest lead dog of the Northwest, blazing the trail for Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted Police in his relentless pursuit of lawbreakers.
On, King! On, you huskies!
Gold discovered in the Yukon. A stampede to the Klondike in the wild race for riches. Back to the days of the gold rush. With Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, bringing you the adventures of Sergeant Preston and his wonder dog Yukon King as they meet the challenge of the Yukon. Hey, that fella's in a big hurry.
Whoa, look at him go. He's in a hurry, too.
Seems like everyone's hurrying.
That's right. Everyone's hurrying to the nearest mailbox. They're rushing to get their orders in for their official Challenge of the Yukon secret two-way signal flashlight.
This brand new two-way signal flashlight is the amazing invention made specially for you listeners.
It's a real flashlight that actually sends out beams of red light or beams of green light.
It fits in your pocket so you can carry it with you anywhere.
And with a flick of your finger, it flashes red or it flashes green.
You'll agree there's nothing like it for signaling friends, for sending secret codes and messages.
But to get your two-way signal flashlight, you'll have to hurry. It's not on sale in stores.
For a limited time only, we're making a sensational offer. We'll tell you all about it in just a few minutes. Steve Ballard was known to Sergeant Preston and his famed dog King as a decent sort of fellow, despite the fact that he worked in a Dawson gambling house. In fact, Sergeant Preston had come to depend on him for tips on suspicious characters and crooks who drifted through the place. The sergeant had been on patrol in the back country for a month. When he returned to Dawson, he learned that Steve had quit his job on order of the doctor. Preston and his dog went to the cheap rooming house where Steve Ballard and his wife Bess lived.
What's the trouble, Steve? They told me you had to quit your job.
That's right, Sergeant. Doc Hunter says I've got to get fresh air, and plenty of it.
What'd you do before you came to the Yukon, Steve?
I've never told anyone since I came north, but I don't mind telling you.
I didn't intend to pry.
That's all right. I was a pilot on a riverboat in the States, Sergeant. During a flood, the channel changed. I hit a snag and sank the boat. Several people were drowned.
Poor Steve. After that, he could never go back to the river.
Yes, there's an unwritten law. A pilot who sinks his craft is barred from the river forever after.
In my case, it was clearly an accident, Sergeant. I could have gone back.
In fact, his employers wanted him to.
But I'd lost my nerve. I knew I'd never be able to handle a wheel again. That's the story, Sergeant.
Why'd you turn gambler?
Oh, I'd watched the professionals who operated on the riverboats. I knew all their tricks, and, well, I knew nothing else to do.
But, Sergeant, Steve's missed the river. The only time I've seen him gay and happy since we came up here is when spring comes. When the ice goes out of the Yukon River and the boats come up, he's like he used to be.
I guess the river's in my blood.
Have you a job in mind, Steve?
Job? No.
We've saved enough money to pay Doc Hunter and take us back to the States.
Well, Bess, do you want to go back?
No, of course not, Sergeant. Steve and I hope to make this our home, but, well, I guess it's impossible. He's not able to wield a pick or pan a creek.
I know something that might interest you.
Yeah?
A job? A job Steve could handle?
I think so. And it would keep him close to the river and the boats.
But not on them, Sergeant. I tell you, my nerve's gone.
Ever hear of Sawtooth Shoals, about 50 miles downriver?
Yes. I've talked to pilots who made the trip through there. They say it's tough going.
That's right. A number of steamers and smaller craft have been wrecked trying to get through those rapids. Only the most expert pilots are employed for the job.
I don't want any part of it.
Well, Steve, the government's building a lighthouse on the eastern shore. They'll need a light tender when the ice goes out of the river and the shipping season opens.
Oh, Steve.
Would you be interested in taking the job? Keep you out in the open, close to the river and boats.
What about Bess? It would be pretty lonely for her up there, Sergeant. I wouldn't go without her.
I was coming to that. The keeper of the light will have a comfortable log cottage, and ground will be cleared for a garden and flowers.
Steve, that's wonderful. I'd love it.
Even at that, Bess, you'd miss the excitement of Dawson with its shops and shows.
The mail packets make a run both ways once a week. She could come to Dawson now and then.
Oh, Steve, please.
Sergeant, you've sold the idea to Bess. I think we'd better take it.
Good. You know, Steve, this country needs good people like Bess and you.
Thanks, Sergeant.
King and I'll drop in now and then, spend the night, or have a meal with you. Won't we, King?
And both of you will be more than welcome any time.
That's right, Sergeant.
Within a short time, the soft, warm winds known as Chinooks spread over the Yukon Valley, melting the snows and then unlocking the icebound rivers. It was then that Bess and Steve Ballard journeyed downriver to take possession of the government cottage overlooking the tumultuous Sawtooth Shoals of the Yukon River. By mid-July, they agreed that they had never before known such happiness.
Steve, just look at these marigolds. They never grew so big and beautiful back home.
Yeah, folks usually think there's nothing but snow and ice up here in the north. They should come up here in the summertime. See what a paradise it is.
Oh, Steve, I love it so.
So do I, Bess. I never wanted another job. This one suits me to a T. Just look at that river. You ever see anything like it?
It's wonderful. And it's made such a change in you, Steve. Well, you're tanned like an Indian, and you're strong again.
Hey, hear that?
It must be the Indian Queen coming upriver. It's due this morning.
No doubt of it. Bess.
Yeah?
You know, you haven't been to Dawson since we came here.
Steve, I haven't even thought of going. I've been too happy.
Just the same, it would do you good. There's a new musical show there. I read about it in the papers. And I saw you looking at the clothing ads.
Don't tempt me, Steve. I'll spend all your money.
Oh, good. What do we need with money when the government provides us with a house and everything we can eat? Now go in and change clothes. Pack a bag and be out again in 20 minutes.
Well...
I'll signal Captain Black to haul keel and take on a passenger.
All right, Steve. I'll hurry as fast as I can.
I'll get the launch ready and we'll run out to the channel. You can go aboard there.
You're alongside now, Steve. Cut the throttle.
Hi there, folks.
Hello, Captain Black. Stand by for a passenger.
Send her aboard, Steve. Glad to have her company.
And don't forget a kiss before you go.
No, I wouldn't forget.
Now have a good time.
I shall, and I'll be back day after tomorrow. Goodbye, sweetheart.
Goodbye.
Take my hand, man. Here you are.
She'll be coming back with you on the return trip, Captain.
Better come downriver at about daybreak, Steve. You can have her breakfast ready.
Okay, Captain. So long, Bess.
Bye, Steve.
Full speed ahead.
The following day, in a Dawson hotel room, 4 men sat idly talking with a lack of interest characteristic of men killing time and waiting for something to happen. Finally, one of them, a man named Jack Sharp, stood up and said,
I'm bored stiff.
So am I. Where's Ace Dunham?
I don't know where he went when he left here, but he's got some scheme in mind. He should be back any time now.
That's the trouble with Dunham. He never lets us in on his schemes until he's ready to act on them.
Trouble? That's why Dunham's schemes never fail. He keeps things to himself.
Oh, here he is. Hiya, boss.
Well, boys, you can get going. We have work to do.
Good, it's about time.
What's up, Ace?
You boys remember seeing that little mail packet that came upriver yesterday?
The Indian Queen?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
See these tickets?
Tickets?
What about it?
Yeah.
I bought up all but one of the staterooms. Some woman's got the 6.
But why are we pulling out of Dawson? I thought you said we come up here to make a killing.
Yeah, and we've done nothing since we got here a week ago.
Killing time.
Calm down, all of you. I just learned something mighty important. Secret stuff, too.
What do you mean?
$250,000 in gold bullion's going out on that packet tonight. And we're going to get it.
Bullion?
Wait a minute. Did you ever hear of a word called piracy, Dunham?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Well, they hang men for committing piracy.
Don't let that worry you, Jack. I have this deal figured out to the last detail. We'll have that gold and be across the Alaska-Yukon boundary long before the Mounties hear about
And
it.
when they do hear about it, they'll pick up our trail, and they'll follow us to Kingdom Come if they have to.
That's right.
They won't have to know who did it. In fact, boys, they'll never know the Indian Queen was robbed.
Yeah? Well, how do you mean?
As far as the Mounties will know, the Indian Queen went on the shoals. The Sawtooth Rapids and all on board, including the cargo, was lost. When that packet hits the rocks, the bottom will be ripped out of her, and the upper structure will be swept downstream like a shoebox to sink in the deep water.
Well, I don't know.
Dunham.
Yeah, Jack?
You mentioned a woman passenger. Who is she?
I don't know. I didn't want to ask too many questions. I was lucky to pick up all the staterooms but hers. Why?
I don't like the idea of murdering a woman. Isn't there some way we could keep her off that packet?
Now listen, you guys. I told you there's $250,000 gold to be split. If we start trying to keep that girl off the boat, somebody's going to get suspicious.
Just the same, I don't like the idea.
All right, Jack, you don't like it, but I'm running this job. We're going to let things ride as they are. We go aboard the Indian Queen just before she pulls out at 9 tonight.
Okay.
And if the captain or any of the crew start asking questions, we're investors who came up here to examine mining properties. That's what I said when I bought the tickets. You got it?
Oh, let me know.
Now get your belongings packed. You better buy some walking boots. We're going to need them when we head for the border.
The Indian Queen nosed into the swift current of the river on schedule. Hour after hour, she moved gracefully downstream. Ace Dunham strolled the deck of the little packet, acquainting himself with every detail necessary to the success of his bold venture. Then he joined his man in the stateroom.
Hiya, boys.
Now, boys, we're ready to take over.
Good enough.
Now, here's the layout. There are 2 men in the engine room. Joe, you and Alex will take care of them.
Okay, boss. Just leave it to us.
There are 2 lifeboats, one on either side of the stern. We'll go ashore on them after we get the gold.
What about the captain and the pilot?
You'll help me take care of them. They're in the pilot house now talking to the woman.
What's she doing up so early?
I was coming to that. I overheard her say that she's supposed to go ashore there at Sawtooth Shoals.
Hey, wait.
Her husband is a lighthouse keeper.
You didn't tell us about that.
No, I
boss.
forgot about that light keeper. He'll be watching for this boat. You'll see it hit the rocks and go to pieces.
You can bet he will. Especially if his wife's on board. Why, he'll be coming out in his launch to meet her.
He can't do anything to save the ship or anyone on board. He'll have to turn back to shore. And we'll go down to his place on foot. Grab him and throw him in the river. When that's done, we'll have covered our tracks perfectly.
We'll sure have to get rid of him.
You all understand what you're to do?
Sure.
All right, then. Let's get started.
All right, come on, man.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice have done it.
Yes, these crisp, tender, keen-tasting breakfast cereals shot from guns have come up with an offer of a lifetime.
It's a remarkable new invention made specially for you listeners.
It's the new official Challenge of the Yukon secret two-way signal flashlight.
It's a special kind of flashlight. A real flashlight that's two-way. That is, it sends out beams of red light or beams of green light.
Think of it. It actually flashes either red or green.
And it works with a simple flick of your finger.
Can you believe it? Imagine having a two-way signal flashlight like this for sending secret codes and messages.
It works much like the blinker signal guns used by the Army and Navy.
This secret signal flashlight has a special plastic directional signal barrel.
That's to prevent others from detecting your secret signal flashes, except the person at whom they're aimed.
What's more, you can carry this amazing two-way signal flashlight wherever you go without anyone being the wiser.
That's because it's pocket size. It fits snugly in your pocket.
Talk about fun. You can make up secret codes and messages to signal friends.
For instance, 3 red flashes might mean, hurry, I need help.
Or 2 green flashes and 1 red flash might mean, meet you at the hideout in 5 minutes.
Say, your new official challenge of the Yukon signal flashlight has Sergeant Preston's name in his own handwriting across the side.
This special signal flashlight is a beauty. It's shiny black and comes complete with standard replaceable electric bulb and battery.
Send for yours today. Send while there's still time.
All you do is send 25 cents in coin. That's all. Just 25 cents and 1 box top from a package of Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice. Include your name and address printed plainly and mail to Flashlight, Chicago 50, Illinois.
You'll go for this crisp, tender breakfast cereal of wheat or rice shot from guns. It's delicious.
You'll go for this sensational new secret two-way signal flashlight. It's terrific.
And it's not on sale in stores anywhere. So tonight, send 25 cents and 1 box top from Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice.
Mail with your name and address to Flashlight, Chicago 50, Illinois. That's Flashlight, Chicago 50, Illinois.
Now to continue our story. Unaware of the plot that was materializing around them, Bess Ballard, Captain Black, and the pilot were in the wheelhouse, enjoying the majesty and beauty of the Yukon River.
This has been a wonderful trip, Captain Black. You'll never know how much I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, maybe so. But I'll bet you're glad to be getting back home to your husband.
Yes, I am. It's my guess Steve's fixing his breakfast just about now.
I'll bet he'll come out to meet us before we get in the channel. He'll be that anxious to see you.
Oh, I'm sure he will. He'll meet us with the launch.
Yeah. Oh. Well, come in, gentlemen. You're You're up rather early, aren't you?
Don't make a move. Get your hands up.
You ask him, he'll use it.
What's the meaning of this?
You'll find out. Get his keys, Jack.
Easy there. I got him.
This is piracy. You'll hang for this.
Shut up. Hey, you there at the wheel.
Yeah? What do you want?
Set the wheel and no monkey business.
Well, like fun, I will.
Hey, stop.
Fix him. Oh, what are you?
Steady, Captain, or I'll crease your skull with a gun. Now, Captain, set the wheel.
Captain Black, what are they doing this for?
There's $250,000 in gold bullion aboard. That's what they're after.
Right you are, Captain. I'll pick up your pilot. You'll have to carry him. We're locking you in the bunkers. Your engine room men are already there.
But you fool.
Shut up and do as I say. Pick up the pilot and start walking.
All right.
Now, come on, miss. You're coming, too. With the captain, the unconscious pilot, Bess and the crew locked in the bunkers, the pirates hurriedly brought out the gold and lowered it into the lifeboats. Then the lifeboats were lowered over the side of the Indian Queen. The men stood ready to cast off.
Ready to cast off?
Ready.
Jake, set the wheel free and get aboard the other lifeboat.
All right. All right. Climb in.
Good. Let her go. Cast off and start rolling.
Right.
Come on. Faster.
Here we go.
With the wheel free, she'll start spinning now.
Yeah, there she goes now. She'll be spinning like a top by the time she hits the rapids.
Well, Ace, everything worked out just like you planned it.
Yeah, if I do say it myself, when I plan a job, I don't make any mistakes. Now there's only one thing left to do.
Take care of that light, keeper.
Right. When that's done, we can head cross-country for Alaska. It'll be days before anybody will know what happened. And then they won't know how it happened.
3 miles downstream, Steve Ballard was checking the motor of his small launch, preparatory to meeting the Indian Queen, when he heard a familiar sound.
Well, if it isn't King and Sergeant Preston. Hi there, King, old fella. I'm mighty glad to see you.
Hello, Steve.
Oh, morning, Sergeant. Hey, you and King are up early, aren't you?
Yes, we broke camp before daylight. Thought we'd get here in time to have breakfast with you and Bess.
I'll get you in plenty of time. I'm just getting ready to meet Bess.
Meet her?
Yeah, she went upriver to Dawson a couple of days ago.
Oh.
She's due back on the Indian Queen. Well, you and King climb aboard and go with me.
Good. We'll enjoy the boat ride. I'll leave my pack here. Get aboard, King.
I've been listening for the whistle of the Indian Queen before starting the motor. Maybe late for some reason.
We'll meet the boat in open water, eh?
Yes, I run upriver about a half mile above the rapids. It's safer there.
I guess you're right about that.
Well, I'll start the motor and we can get going.
Ah, she caught. It's a good motor you've got.
Yes, the best there is, I guess. I'll let it warm up a minute. What's the matter with King?
Why, it's the Indian Queen. You saw her and barked a warning.
Yes, there she is, coming into full view now.
Something's wrong with that boat, Steve.
I'll say there is. Look how she's spinning around in the current.
She's out of control.
She'll never ride through these rapids.
Quick, Steve, cast off.
Here we go.
Got to get aboard that boat and take off the passengers and crew.
Bess is among them.
I know, Steve. Full throttle now.
Right, Sergeant.
All right, Steve. Swing alongside the packet and I'll fasten the line.
Here we go.
Ready now. Easy. Take past the stern line, Steve.
Right, Sergeant. Hey, Sergeant.
What is it?
I don't see anyone in the wheelhouse.
And there's no one on deck. There, we're tied alongside. Aboard, King.
Let's go.
I don't see a soul. Come on, Steve. Up to the wheelhouse.
Right. There's no one here.
Quick, Steve. Take the wheel.
The wheel? But Sergeant Preston, I'm afraid...
I said take that wheel. Get this packet under control before we hit the rapids.
I guess I'll try.
Of course you can. Now. There, you're doing all right.
But my wife and the others... What's happened to them?
Steve.
Yeah?
The lifeboats, they're gone.
Gone? And they must have abandoned ship.
Looks that way, but why?
No wonder we didn't hear the boat whistle. There was nobody aboard to blow it. Now, if I can just straighten her out.
That's it. Steady now. There, you're doing all right, Steve. Getting near the shoals. Keep your nerve now. What's the matter, King?
Where is he, Sergeant?
Back by the bunkers. Acting very strangely. I better look into this. He's found something.
We're going into the channel now. I hope I can handle it.
Coming, King. What's the matter, fella? What have you found? Somebody's in there. I'll get you out. You're locked in. I'll have to break the lock. Let me get an axe. All the way, King. There.
The Mountie.
That man's hurt.
He's the pilot. They knocked him out. There's no one to man the helm. We'll be wrecked on the shoals.
There is a man at the helm, Captain.
There is? Who is he?
Steve Ballard.
Steve?
He can't handle the job. When we reach the shoals, this packet will be smashed to bits. He can't keep us in the channel.
You're in the channel now, and you'll stay there. Steve Ballard used to be a river pilot.
You bet Steve was a pilot, and one of the best on the river.
Well, all I've got to say is he better be good. This stretch of water's the worst to be found on any river.
Stay right here, all of you. Don't bother Steve Ballard.
The small group waited as the packet rocketed through the churning waters, curving this way and that as the steady hand of Steve Ballard held her in mid-channel. In the tension of the moment, Ace Dunham and his gang were forgotten. Then, as the little packet swept beyond the shoals to smooth water, everyone rushed to the wheelhouse.
Oh, Steve!
Yes.
You were wonderful. You made it.
Well, I'll take over the wheel now. Thanks.
The captain didn't think you could do it, Steve.
Well, Sergeant, for a moment or so, I didn't think I would. But then I heard Bess's voice, and I knew I had to.
Oh, Steve.
All I've got to say is we need pilots like you on this river. If you ever get tired tending light, just let me know. I'll see that you get a job.
Thanks, Captain. That's a real compliment coming from you.
Now, Captain, tell us who locked you in the bunkers.
Hey, I forgot all about that. I was so excited.
And so was I.
What happened?
We were pirated. That's what happened. I was at the wheel when 5 men
Captain Black, Bess, and the pilot told how Ace Dunham and his men, posing as passengers bound for the seacoast, had overpowered them and robbed the packet, then sent it adrift in the expectation that it would be wrecked on the shoals. When they had finished, Sergeant Preston said,
Captain, I'll have to ask you to anchor.
Anchor?
Yes, I must get a detailed report from you, description of the men and so forth.
Yes, of course.
I left my pack ashore. We'll go back in the launch. It's still tied alongside.
And while you're helping the sergeant, I'll fix breakfast for all of us.
Well, now that's what I call hospitality.
I'll get the motorboat started, Sergeant.
You'll go ashore with us, Captain?
Yes, Indian Queen can lie here at anchor. I'll leave the pilot and the crew aboard. Simpson, that's the word drop the anchor.
Aye, aye, sir. Stand ready to drop anchor.
Aye, sir.
Steve guided the launch upstream past the rapids and put into shore near the lighthouse. In the adjacent cottage, Bess Ballard served a hearty breakfast to the captain, to Steve, and to Sergeant Preston, while the Mountie secured information for his official report.
Any more questions, Sergeant?
Well, I have all the information I need, Captain. Now I must get after those 5 men who committed piracy.
Sergeant Preston, where's King?
He took out after a rabbit when we came up to the house.
That's right. I saw him disappear in the timber.
Maybe gone for an hour. These Yukon rabbits can give a dog a run, even King.
Well, then I'll save his breakfast for him.
Come over. It's them. It's the pirates. 5 of them.
Yes, it's us, and we mean business. Come on, men. Right with you.
So you've turned pirate, eh, Dunham?
You recognize me, eh, Monty?
From a description I got from the States not long ago, I was informed you and your gang were headed this way.
You let me handle my troubles, Monty. You're in plenty of trouble right now yourself.
What'll we do with them, Ace? There's more of them here than we expected.
Get that launch motor started, Jack. I said I was going to sink the Indian Queen with everybody aboard, and I'm still going to do it.
I'd better disarm the Mountie before I go.
Yeah, good idea. Go ahead.
Take it easy, Mountie. While I disarm you. Don't try any tricks.
I'll keep him covered. Go ahead, Jack. Take his gun.
King had returned to the house and paused at the open door. He saw one man holding a gun on Sergeant Preston and another standing directly in front of the Mountie and reaching to disarm him. At that same instant, Sergeant Preston saw his dog and shouted,
Get him, King!
King charged into the room directly at the legs of Dunham with force enough to knock the outlaw off his feet. Sergeant Preston snatched the opportunity and drove a hard fist to the stomach of the man called Jack and followed with a hook to the chin.
Call him back!
King's jaws gripped the arm of Dunham. He held the outlaw down and helpless. Sergeant Preston's quick blows had put Jack out of the fight. Then the Mountie turned on another of the pirates. Steve Ballard and the captain had leaped into action and were attacking the remaining 2.
That does it. Stand back, boys. You crooks, get your hands up. You're covered.
I have a gun, too. Get him up, you rat. Call off this dog, will you?
That'll do, King. Dunham, you can get up. Steve, you and the captain search these pirates. I'll keep them covered.
It was just a short time later. Dunham and his 4 henchmen had been taken as prisoners to the launch. They sat glum and silent.
We've got to get these crooks aboard the Indian Queen, Captain Black. I hope you don't mind turning back up river so I can take them into Dawson.
Don't mind at all, Sergeant Preston. After what you and King and Steve did, it's little enough I'm doing in return.
Captain.
Yes, Steve.
Would you mind if...
If what?
If I took the wheel and put the Indian Queen through the rapids again?
Why, no, Steve. Why do you want to do that?
To prove to myself I've got my nerve back. You see, I lost it once, and I never thought I'd regain it.
Then the wheel's yours, Steve. I'll trust you any day.
Steve, are you sure you can make it?
You want to come along and see me? If I wasn't sure, I wouldn't take you aboard.
I'll go aboard.
And this time, Mrs. Ballard, it'll be the pirates instead of us who are prisoners on the Indian Queen.
Well, for that, you can thank King. Yes, I mean you, King. If it hadn't been for you, those murderous pirates would have killed us all.
You're right about that.
He acts like he's trying to tell us something, Sergeant. Maybe you know what he's saying.
He's glad to see these men in ropes. He knows this case is closed.
In just a moment, Sergeant Preston will give you a preview of Wednesday's adventure. Now, fair warning. Our terrific Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice offer will be over before you know it.
Send for your new official Challenge of the Yukon two-way signal flashlight right now.
You've heard how this special new pocket-sized flashlight sends out beams of red light or beams of green light.
It's out of this world for secret codes and messages.
Hurry, send for yours at once. Tomorrow, sure. Supplies are limited.
Send only 25 cents, one single quarter, and one box top from Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice. Mail to Flashlight, Chicago 50, Illinois.
Here's that address again. Flashlight, Chicago 50, Illinois. These radio dramas, a feature of the Challenge of the Yukon Incorporated, are created and produced by George W. Trendle, directed by Fred Flowerday, and supervised by Charles D. Livingston. The part of Sergeant Preston is played by Paul Sutton. They are brought to you every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at this same time by Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, the breakfast cereal shot from guns. Listen Wednesday when Sergeant Preston and Yukon King meet the Challenge of the Yukon in the case Ambush at 40 Mile.
When Bill Brooks at 40 Mile asked to have King and me sent there to track down a gang of crooks, I didn't realize I might be riding to my death. The manner in which the killers planned their ambush prevented them from making sure their bullet had killed me, and gave me a chance to have them walk into a trap I had planned.
Be sure to hear this exciting adventure Wednesday. Till then, this is J. Michael wishing you goodbye, good luck, and good health from Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice. So long. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. The Signal Oil Program. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood Signal dealer bring you another curious story by the Whistler. Tonight, Seascape.
And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Presently, I'll tell you of nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
But first, Signal Oil Company wants to pass along this timely warning. During 1943, according to the National Safety Council, 97,800 persons were killed right here in America in accidents. Of the deaths caused by autos, 1 out of 5 occurred when roads were wet or slippery, 1 out of 5 when drivers' vision was obscured. Fortunately, precautions can be taken to help prevent these two types of accidents. For instance, tires that are worn smooth tend to skid more readily. But a deep, heavy retread job, the kind Signal gasoline dealers are prepared to give your tires, will restore their grip on the road, help you stop more quickly. And if a worn windshield wiper is leaving streaks across your vision, Signal gasoline dealers will install a fine new Rainmaster blade while you wait. So have your tire tread and your windshield wiper checked the next time you're at your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealers. You'll feel a lot better knowing your car is prepared for the wet weather driving ahead. And it may help save a life, possibly your own. And now, the Whistler.
The Atlantic coastline from the Gulf of St. Lawrence south to Cape Hatteras and beyond is a treacherous one, an ever-present threat to the thousands of vessels which have for centuries moved in streams in and out of American ports. And the keepers of the lighthouses there are men with an awful responsibility. Men who must not only fight the perils of the storm, but must battle continually against the loneliness and despair of their vigil. It's not a very attractive life. No, especially for a girl like Madeline Murray, who 6 months ago came to live with her new husband, Richard, at their lighthouse on a rocky island off the coast of northern Maine.
Good Lord. Just listen to that wind.
Yes, Richard, I hear the wind.
Things have been quiet for too long. Yeah, I got a strange feeling something's going to happen.
I wish it would.
Oh, now, Madeline.
Well, I do. Tell you, I can't help it, Richard. I'm so weary of the same old rocks and ocean I could almost scream. It's been 6 months, 6 long months.
I know. But I tried to tell you before we...
Yes, you did. I admit everything. You were honest and above board. You said it would be lonely and cold and silent, and I said it didn't matter. That doesn't help me now. It's driving me crazy, I tell you.
Oh, please, Madeline.
All right, I'm sorry. Like all the other times.
But I've done everything I can.
Yes, what?
Well, for example, why didn't you go into Bangor for a vacation that time? I told you were free to go, and Aunt Elizabeth would have been glad to have you.
Oh, I just didn't feel like going.
But why? It's just what you want.
Oh, don't ask me why. I just didn't feel like going, that's all.
Madeline, look at me. You don't love me anymore, do you?
No. Furthermore, I never did.
Well, you can go if you want to, Madeline.
I can't go, Richard. That's why I'm going crazy. I want to, but I can't.
Why did you marry me?
You want the truth?
Yes.
All right. I can't go. I've got to stay here for another year. Maybe longer than that. It's the last place in the world they think of looking for me.
Looking for you? What do you mean? Who?
The police.
Police?
I killed a man, Richard.
Oh, no, you couldn't.
Yes, but I did. You have to believe it. And after I killed him, I ran away. I didn't know which way to turn. That is until you arrived on the scene with your lighthouse.
Who was it?
Man I loved once.
A murderess.
You surprised? That's why I married you, Richard. Now, what are you going to do about it?
Why did you have to tell me?
Because I don't care anymore. Do you understand? As a matter of fact, I think the state prison has a lot of advantages over an acre of rock and a flock of seagulls.
They'd hang you.
Maybe. It has its advantages, too.
You'll find out very soon. There's only one thing to do, Madeline.
All right, fine. Radio the police. They'll send me to prison, Richard, but at last I'll be free. That's a laugh, isn't it? I'll be free of this rock and you.
Yes, Richard. There's only one thing to do. Radio for the police to come and get her. That's the law, Richard. To do otherwise would be to shelter a fugitive from justice. That's what you're thinking as the long hours tick away in the stillness of your bedroom. You remember a lot of things now. The night you wandered into the Staghorn Inn 6 months ago and found her there at a table, looking as if she'd been crying. And how you had tried to comfort her without much success until, at last, you had explained your lonely existence at the lighthouse. It was a different story then, wasn't it? Almost as if she'd suddenly got an idea. She was interested then, yes. enthused about the paintings you brought to town, the seascapes you'd painted during the long, lonesome days there at the top of the point. Remember how she said she was tired of the city and longed to get away from it all, just as you did. And it didn't take her long, just 2 days to be exact, before you were sailing back to the lighthouse with your new bride. But that was 6 months ago. And now you know the truth. Madeline is a murderess. It's the next day. The nor'easter hits with full fury, but you hardly hear it as you sit and stare out of a window at the top of the tower.
Hello, dear. Lonesome?
Madeline, please.
Oh, why so gloomy? After all, I'm the one who's going to prison.
I still can't believe it.
Oh, you will in time. Now, if you were a good husband, you'd be bustling around the house arranging a going-away party for me.
You're not going away.
You mean you didn't send the radio message?
No, I couldn't.
Oh, you love me. That's why, isn't it? Isn't it?
Go away, will you?
Well, certainly that's it. You couldn't bear to see me go. You couldn't take it, could you?
All right, so I couldn't. But nobody else will get you, at least. You'll be mine.
Look! Up there off the point.
Good Lord. There's a man out there in a skiff. He won't last 5 minutes in that surf.
What's he doing?
He's waving an oar. Give me that megaphone. He needs help. Take the lee side! You can't land on those rocks!
That wave!
Yes, he's going to get it. I'm going down there. Maybe I can help. All right, here you go. That's it. He'll be okay in no time.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah, here you are. Sit on the couch. Gotta get these clothes off.
Cool. I'm cool.
Oh, he's passed out. Better cover you up, old man. You're all in. There you are.
Where's the hot water? Is he hurt badly?
What's the matter?
I don't know.
Yes, he's hurt pretty badly. Bad gash on the head. Give me the brandy, quick.
Yes, the brandy.
He's chilled to the bone. Lucky, though. That sea seemed to pick him up and toss him over the reef.
Here you are.
Ah, that's it. This'll warm him up in a jiffy. What's the matter with you, Madeline? You're shaking like a leaf.
Can't be.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Not a coincidence. Not here. There must be a reason.
You know him?
Yes. His name was Adams. Blake Adams. He was with me on the night I killed the man.
Yes, Madeline, the night you killed the man was a night neither you nor Blake Adams will forget for a long time. You're thinking now, as Blake lies there unconscious, of the afternoon the wire came from Maxie, saying he was just passing through town. Casual he was, just as if he hadn't run out on you, as if nothing had ever happened, just as if he were looking up a dear old maiden aunt. And when you told Blake about it, you were glad you couldn't read your mind, because it was full of murder. The way to do it didn't come to you, though, until Blake suggested you ask Maxie up to the apartment for a drink, just for old time's sake. Then it was as clear as a blueprint. Maxie was strictly a one-drink man, but this time one would be enough. So it's natural you're wondering about Blake and how he came to crack up right on your doorstep. It's been 6 hours now since Richard brought him in, and you, Madeline, haven't left his side, and he seems to be stirring.
Oh, my head. What happened? Where am I?
Don't sit up. Now, don't sit up. There, that's it.
I can't see very well.
You're lucky to be here at all. Here, take a drink of this.
Thanks. How did you... Madeline?
Yes. Surprised?
Not exactly.
I'm surprised to see you, Blake.
Oh, what happened?
Lie back now. Be a good patient. You've got a bad gash over your eye.
Yeah, the rocks. Now I remember. That skiff.
You must have been out of your mind to go out in a storm like that.
I had to see you, baby.
It's about Maxie. That's it, isn't it? They know about Maxie.
What do you mean they know about Maxie? He died of indigestion, that's all.
Maybe. Maybe not.
hope that's what they think. I don't know whether poor Maxie could stand a post-mortem.
Wait a minute. I remember now. You mixed the drinks that day. Yeah, the glass with the red ring on the top. I was to make sure he got it.
Who examined him?
Doc Cranston. He treated him before for indigestion. Same symptoms, same everything. So you poisoned him. In the drink.
What's so funny about that?
I'm sorry, baby. I couldn't figure out why you ran away. Yeah, it's funny. I didn't see you do it. You poured all of our martinis out of the same shaker.
There were olives in the glasses already, weren't there?
Yeah. I get it. Poison in the olives. So that's why you're here.
You don't think it's because I like lighthouses, do you? You tell me why you're here. What happened? You get on the wrong streetcar or something?
There's no use telling you, baby. You wouldn't believe me.
You try me and see.
Okay, here it is. I traced you here through the guy who sold your house for you.
Mm-hmm. Why?
Well, with Maxie gone, I mean...
Well, come on.
You're making it tough. We were pretty good pals once after he ran out on you that time.
Wait a minute. Are you trying to tell me...
Yeah. I'm trying to tell you that I love you, baby. Since way before you met him, I tried to tell you a couple of times, but I guess I'm not the Charles Boyer type. It's twice as hard now.
It was all my fault, Blake. I couldn't see very well in those days.
I know.
I don't know what to say.
I know I'm not much of a prize, Madeline, but you could do worse.
Blake.
Yeah?
This is on the square.
What can I do to show you? Honest, baby, I'll do anything.
Oh, if this is another blind alley, I'll die.
It's not a blind alley, honey. It's a 4-lane highway.
There's one thing you can do.
What's that?
You can kiss me.
You are listening to The Whistler, brought to you by your friend, the Signal Oil Company, marketers of famous Signal gasoline, your best buy today. Remember to let every go signal remind you do go farther with Signal gasoline.
So Blake and Madeline have found each other out in a lonely lighthouse off the coast of Maine. And it doesn't seem to matter now that it took a murder to place their feet firmly on the 4-lane highway leading over the horizon. No, Maxie's death doesn't matter to them now. They only think of leaving the lighthouse in the cold, gray ocean and Richard. What about that? What about Richard? The only other one who knows about Maxie. He's just returned from a trip to the mainland for supplies, and Madeline greets him at the entrance of the lighthouse.
Well, back on time.
Hello, Madeline.
I was a little anxious for you. The channel's so rough today.
Anxious for me? Afraid I wouldn't make it or that I would?
Oh, please don't, Richard. Not today.
I'm just being practical, my dear. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll change my
wait,
clothes.
Just a minute, please. Something I want to talk to you about. About Blake Adams.
Oh, yes. The patient. How is he?
Well, he's almost well enough to go.
Too bad. You seem to be quite fond of him.
Yes, Richard, I am. I love him, and I want to go with him.
What?
We haven't told you because we planned to simply take the boat some night while you were asleep.
You're out of your mind. You'd be picked up in a minute.
They don't know about the murder, Richard. He died of natural causes.
You're free?
I mean that the three of us are the only ones who know. That's why I'm telling you we're going.
Oh. The worm turns, eh? What was it you said a while ago? What am I going to do about it?
You wouldn't go to the police now, would you?
So I'm holding the strings at last. I'm a little more important to you now,
Richard, Richard, I love him. You've got to believe me.
You don't know what love is. You can take your choice, Madeline. Stay here with me or hang.
Thanks, huh?
What?
It's hard to believe today that I cracked up right out there, just like a mill pond. What's eating you, Madeline?
I don't know. Maxie, I guess.
Oh, forget it. You know, we ought to take off tomorrow. I'm feeling pretty solid.
What about Richard?
I'll leave him here with his lighthouse. He'll never miss you.
I told him about us. Doesn't want me to go.
So what? What can he do?
Well, he could tell the police what really happened to Maxie.
What? You mean he knows?
I told him about it the night at the wreck. He says if I leave, he'll go to the police. But you see, dear, how could I know you were coming? It seemed to matter whether I lived or died.
He couldn't testify against you, but... Listen, does he know you poisoned Maxie?
I didn't tell him how.
Good. He won't be suspicious of his coffee, for instance.
What do you mean?
Yeah. It's a gamble, but we got a chance. We need 24 hours. Listen, it's about 3 hours from the dock on the mainland to the airport. I got a pal over there with a plane. We can make Miami in 9 hours with luck and catch the Clipper to Rio. I'll leave tonight and get everything set up. I ought to be back here by 8 in the morning. That's where you come in.
You mean Richard?
Yeah. You gave me some sleeping powder when I first got here. Is there any left?
Yes, I think so. It's in the medicine cabinet.
Okay, you take care of his breakfast. A good long doze won't hurt him. When he wakes up, we'll be halfway to Rio. Just one thing. Don't give him too much. He's got to live.
And so, all that night after Blake's departure, Madeline thinks about the job she must do, and of his strange interest in Richard's welfare, the way he emphasized his warning about an overdose. Richard must live, he said. But why? Blake had never been so humanitarian. No, Madeline, you don't sleep much that night, and it's about 5 o'clock in the morning when your eyes finally close. Suddenly you wake. You jump into your robe and slippers. Yes, it's 7:30 and Richard's bed is empty.
Oh. Good morning, Richard.
Oh. Hello. The door is missing. Our good patient has left. Or am I telling you anything?
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. Don't try and play innocent, sweetheart. Just what have you got up your sleeve?
Well, he must have left after our talk yesterday. I told him I was going to be detained here.
Oh, I see. Well, he's an ungrateful wretch sneaking off that way after I saved his life. So you've decided to be a good wife after all, eh?
I'll fix your breakfast.
No, don't bother. I've had it.
What about coffee?
No, thanks. I had a rotten night. I couldn't sleep a wink. I'll leave you alone, my dear. I'll be up at the light.
Well, darling, I was hoping you'd have breakfast with me. Won't you?
Well, aren't we considerate?
I'm sorry about everything, Richard.
You know, I could almost believe you. If I didn't know you better.
I was so wrong, Richard. I lost my head, I guess.
Very well. Have your breakfast and come up to the light. There's something I want to tell you. And if you're still bent on being the perfect wife, you can mix me a bromide for this headache.
Yes, Richard. Right away.
Has a sour taste.
This is a different brand.
I guess so. Now, about Blake. He knows all about your past?
Yes.
Are you sure of him?
Well, what do you mean?
This.
Well, an article's been torn out.
Now, off the front page. You can still make out the tips of the top headline. Go on, look at it.
Well, what about it?
It said reward offered. Does that suggest anything to you?
I don't know.
How sure are you that your little escapade is a dead issue?
Oh, you're wrong. He wouldn't do it. I know him.
Oh, I don't know. People do strange things for money, Madeline. For instance, at this very moment, he could be telling some interesting things to the police.
You got that paper yesterday. What did the article say?
Unfortunately, I hadn't got around to reading it. You know, it wouldn't surprise me a great deal to discover you might be a bit hotter than you think. Well, I think I'll go down and take a short nap. Wake me at 10, will you?
It's almost 9 and still no sign of Blake. Madeline tries to shrug off the suspicion in her mind, but it's there to stay, and it keeps growing, growing, growing. It's 10 now, and while Richard sleeps downstairs, you pace the floor. No, he wouldn't do that to you, but where is he? What could keep him this long? It's a double cross. It must be. Yes, so why did he warn you against the overdose? Richard is precious to him, that's why. They don't pay rewards on arrest. They pay off on conviction. And Richard knows enough to convict you. Blake isn't coming back. The next thing you will see is a boatload of police. Yes, that's it. The launch down at the landing. Your only chance. Maybe you can make it before they get here. You can just get to the mainland. Now to find your small pistol and slip it in your purse. And now down to the launch. But wait a minute. There's a boat coming in. It's Blake, and he's alone.
Grab the line, honey. Here you go.
Where have you been?
No fancy knots this time. We won't be here long. You all set?
You're late.
I know. It wasn't as easy as I thought. You take care of him?
Yes?
What's the matter?
I don't know.
Come on,
I
snap
don't
out
know.
of it. The plane's all fixed. We'll be in Miami tonight. Cost me $500. Wait a minute. You were careful with the sleeping powder, like I said.
Yes, just like you said. Why did you say it?
What do you mean?
Why were you so interested in Richard's health?
Oh, one murder rap is plenty in my league, baby. Come on, we gotta go.
Wait a minute. I've been thinking, Blake. Now, wait a minute. Something I found up in the house started me thinking.
Well, think on the way. We haven't time to be standing around passing the time of day. Come on.
Just a minute. It was a newspaper with an article cut out about a reward.
Where did you find that?
You tore it out, now, didn't you? They're offering a reward for me.
No, you're wrong, baby. They're not offering a reward for you. There was something in it I didn't want your husband to see. Here, look. Does this make you feel any better? Receipts for the charter plane and 2 reservations to Rio. Does that look like a double cross?
I don't know.
You gotta believe me. We can't stand here arguing.
All right, I'll get my bag.
He's meeting us down the coast a few miles with a car. I thought it'd be safer.
What's that boat back there?
Where? Oh, fishing boat, I guess.
It's following us?
No, it couldn't be fun. Holy smoke!
Where
For sure. That's a Coast Guard cutter.
Oh, I was right, wasn't I?
What do you mean?
You thought you could lie your way out of it, didn't you? I've heard of some rough tricks, but this one takes the prize. You think you're all set now with the police moving up and your star witness back at the lighthouse?
Madeline, you're wrong. Listen. Put that gun away. You're way off the beam, I tell you. I'm straight, baby. I'm for you.
Oh, you're for me, all right. For the money I can bring you in court.
Look, I have nothing to do with this. Look, I'll tell you now, it won't make any difference to either of us. That article... You're making a big mistake, baby. Just give me a minute.
And set up with your lying, Blake. You and your 4-lane highway to Rio.
Come on, Driver.
They won't need a detective for this one. You're a lying rat. Right under the nose of the Coast Guard.
Madeline!
The Whistler will be back in just a moment with a strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, here's the answer to a question many drivers have asked. Does motor oil have any effect on gasoline mileage? The answer is yes, definitely. It's only logical that anything that helps your motor run better will also help it deliver more power from the gasoline it uses. That's why the 7-way protection which Solvent Refining gives Signal 4-Star Motor Oil is doubly important today. You see, because of Solvent Refining, the latest, most costly process known to oil engineers, pure paraffin-based Signal 4-Star Motor Oil has triple-strength film that clings to motor surfaces, seals in power, retains its lubricating quality for longer miles, and actually forms less carbon. Best of all, while you're enjoying this improved performance, you're profiting in 2 extra ways. 1, in longer motor life, and 2, in helping your gasoline go farther. So make your next oil change a change to Solvent Refined Signal 4-Star Motor Oil. It's one of the famous Go Farther Signal products featured by that lubrication specialist whose permanent business is helping cars go farther. Your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer. Now, back to the Whistler.
It was too bad that Madeline didn't wait a few seconds longer, for she would have saved herself a great deal of trouble and a long term in the penitentiary. But that's the way Madeline always did things. Jump first and think afterward. That's why she ran away a few minutes after poor Maxie took the drink and died, before anyone noticed that he had drunk the martini. but had left the olive she had poisoned untouched. And that's why she shot Blake before he had a chance to tell her that it was he the police wanted for Maxie's murder. Yes, he had had the same idea that day, and he put poison in Maxie's martini, too. And that was the poison that killed him, because it was in the drink itself. You see, he really loved Madeline, and Maxie was the only one between them and the 4-lane highway over the horizon. And when at last the poisoning was discovered, the poison traced and the reward offered for his apprehension, Blake knew he'd have to run away. That perhaps there in the lighthouse she hadn't heard of it and would go with him. That's why Richard had to live. Because after all, it wouldn't do to have a murder rap hanging over her head, too, would it?
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, the Signal Oil program will bring you another strange tale by the Whistler. The Signal Oil program is broadcast for your entertainment by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil, and by your neighborhood Signal Oil dealer, who is at your service daily to keep your car running for the duration. The Signal Oil program, produced by George W. Allen, with story by Vic Kushner, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Bob Anderson speaking for your friend, the Signal Oil Company, and suggesting once again that you let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape! Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight, we escape to a lonely lighthouse off the steaming jungle coast of French Guiana, and a nightmare world of terror and violence, as we bring you again, in response to hundreds of requests, 3 Skeleton Key, starring Vincent Price.
Picture this place. A gray tapering cylinder welded by iron rods and concrete to the key itself. A bare black rock, 150 feet long, maybe 40 wide. That's at low tide. At high tide, just the lighthouse, rising 110 feet straight up out of the ocean. And all about it, the churning water, gray-green, scum-dappled, warm as soup, and swarming with gigantic bat-like devilfish, great violet schools of Portuguese man-o'-war, and yes, sharks, the big ones, the 15-footers. And as if this weren't enough, there was a hot, dank, rotten-smelling wind that came at us day and night off the jungle swamps of the mainland. A wind that smelled like death. A wind that had smelled the slow and frightful death that came one night to this bare black rock. Set in the base of the light was a watertight bronze door, and in you went, and up. Yes, up and round, past the tanks of oil and the coils of rope, casks of wicks, racks of lanterns, sacks of spuds and cartons and cans, and up, round and round. Over the light storeroom was the food storeroom, and over the food storeroom was the bunk room where the three of us slept. And over the bunk room was the living and cooking room, and over the living and cooking room was the light. She was a beauty, big steel and bronze baby with the sun gleaming through the glass walls all about, bouncing blinding little beams off the big shining reflectors, glittering and refracting through her lenses, the whole gigantic bulk of her balanced like a ballerina on the glistening steel axle of her rotary mechanism. She was a sweetheart of a light. And at night she'd lie there on the stone deck of the gallery with her revolving smoothly and quietly over your head, easing her bright white eye 360 degrees around the horizon. You'd lie there watching to see that the feeders kept working, that everything ran right. And it wouldn't be bad, the other two fellows snoring in their sacks 2 levels down. You'd smoke your pipe to kill the stink of the wind, and it wouldn't be bad. About those other two, Louis and Auguste. What a pair. Louis, he was head man, was a big fellow from the Basque country, black beard, little hard black eyes, and a pair of arms that I tell you, those arms were as big around as my legs. Yes, head man he was, and what word he let go was law. A silent fellow, and although I spent my first 2 weeks trying to strike up a real conversation, the most I could ever get out of him was...
Jean, I took up this profession because I don't like people. They want to talk too much. It's quiet work, light tending. Let's keep it that way. You're getting to be as bad as Auguste. I thought maybe for once they'd send me somebody who
That
could keep
was
his
Louis.
mouth shut.
And when he accused me of becoming like Auguste, I quieted down, because Auguste was the talkingest man I'd ever met. The talkingest and the ugliest. He was hunchbacked, stood 4 feet high, had red hair and big blue eyes. It seems he'd been an actor in Paris.
Yes, indeed. Played in over 200 different productions, dear boy, at the Grand Guignol. Oh, but it was monstrous horrible, the way we used to scare the audiences. I was hated. Yes, they used to throw things and hiss and bare their teeth at me. Finally, it got too bad. I couldn't stand it any longer. I gave up the theater. My nerves, you understand. Yes, gave it up completely. I really did. Couldn't stand it any longer.
It all started one morning at 2:30. I was on watch, lying on the cool stone deck, pulling on my pipe, staring out at the blackness, the phosphorescent combers, and the big yellow stars, when out of the corner of my eye, I noticed something show up for a second, something the light had touched, far off. I waited for her to come around again, and when she did, there it was. A 3-master, a big one, about a half-mile off, and coming down out of the north-northwest, coming straight for us. You must understand, our light was where it was for a very good reason. Dangerous submerged reefs surrounded us, and ships kept clear. But this one, this sailing vessel, was coming straight on. I went over to the gallery door and yelled, "Louis! Louis!" Couldn't understand it. I waited for the light to come around again.
What is it?
Ship headed for the reefs!
Coming right up!
I had the glasses out now. I couldn't read her name, but I could see her quite plainly. All sails set, the foam creaming away under her bow, her beautiful lines. A Dutch ship, I guessed her. But why didn't she turn? Every time it passed, our light hit her with the glare of day.
Ship? Where?
Northwest. The light will touch her in a moment.
Can't they see?
Look at her. She just keeps coming on.
Yeah, the squarehead.
What is it? What is it?
Watch northwest.
I know what it is.
Huh? What?
The Dutchman, the Flying Dutchman. We did a play about her once. Oh, what a performance. You ghastly galleon, hag-ridden, curse-driven, must on.
Shut up, will you? She's luffing.
Yes.
Sloppy way to come about. She's derelict, that's it.
Derelict?
Abandoned. The crew left her for some reason or other. But instead of sinking, she's gone on. running before every wind.
She'll not run long. Not with these reefs to break her up.
A beautiful ship. Now, why would men leave a beautiful ship like that?
She didn't ram us, although we all expected it. But as we waited for the crash, she luffed again, caught some odd gust, and went about. We watched her the rest of those black hours, heeling and rocking, pushed and pulled by every stray wind, every freak current. Watched her until the dawn came, till the sea turned from black to a pearly gray. And on she came again, heading for us. We all had our glasses trained on her now.
August, you can kill the light.
Right, Chief?
She doesn't look so good by daylight. Think she'll ground this time?
What?
I say, do you think she'll ground this time?
Huh?
This is impossible. Absolutely impossible.
What?
Here, take my glasses. They're better than yours.
All right. What is it you're... I had to focus, and then my breath froze in my throat. The decks were swarming with a dark brown carpet that looked like a gigantic fungus, but undulating. And on the masts and yards, the guys and all were hundreds, no thousands, I don't know, an endless number of enormous rats.
See them?
Yes, I see them.
Now we know why she's derelict.
Yes, now we know.
What are you two doing? Here, give me a look.
Yes, give him the glasses. Take a good look, chatterbox. Give you something to talk about.
She's still heading for us.
Yes.
She's going to turn. She'd better turn soon.
Suppose she doesn't.
You mean suppose she piles up on the quay?
It's low tide.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Where's all the conversation, August, huh? Here, want the glasses again? Want another look?
No!
She's still coming on.
Go away! Go away!
Turn! Will you turn, I say? I pray you, turn!
She's cracking up.
The rats! Look! On the water! Like a carpet!
They're swimming.
Sure, they're swimming. Those are ship's rats.
But they're swimming for the rocks.
The door below! It's open!
Come on. Down we went, racing down the stone stairs, taking them 3 and 4 at a time. Scared? You bet we were scared.
August, you get the windows. Maybe they can climb. We don't know.
Right, Chief. But hurry! Hurry!
Look. See them?
No. Oh, yes, I do. Up at the other end of the rock.
Look at them.
Millions.
They smell us. Here they come. Close the door.
Can't it stop?
Here. Let me.
Oh, move. You move.
Heave.
Made it.
Holy. That was close.
One guy in. Look, there.
Get it!
Watch it. He's kicking. He was as big as a tomcat, bigger. And his eyes were wild and red, his teeth long and sharp and yellow. He went for us, starving, ravenous, and we fought him, fought that one rat all over the room. It was, oh, believe me, I do not exaggerate, it was like fighting a panther.
Got him.
We better get aloft. As we ran up the winding staircase, we passed the tiny windows of the various levels, and at every one was a thick, wriggling, screaming curtain of brown fur. I was ahead of Louis, and I dreaded each successive level. Suppose they had found a way in.
Look at them! Will you look at them?
It's a nightmare.
Will you look at them?
The air of the gallery was thick and fetid with the stink of them. The light was dim, brown, filtered through the crawling mass that swarmed over the glass all about us. We could not see the sky. Nothing but them. Their red eyes, their claws, their wriggling, hairy snouts, and their teeth. The rats. They screamed and howled and threw themselves against the glass. They were starving. And we three, we stood very quietly. Oh, very, very quietly in the center of the glass room under our beautiful light. And we waited.
What can we do? What can we do, Chief?
Take it easy, old man. Take it easy.
I just can't.
It won't do. Won't do any good to stand here and shake.
That's right. Anybody want a cigarette?
Yes, I'll have one, thank you.
Good boy. We've got to keep calm about this thing. Here's a light.
They don't like the fire, do they?
Guess not.
Give me another match. You don't like that much, do you, I say?
Don't rile them, August.
Give me some more matches. I'll strike them and strike them and strike them until they get scared and go away.
They won't go away. Not until...
Finish it, Chief. Not until what?
Not until they've been fed.
You can take just so much horror and then you get used to it. And they were interesting to watch, you know. They couldn't understand the glass. They could see us and they could rush at us, but that thin, invisible barrier held them off, stopped them. From time to time, we caught a glimpse of the rocks below. More rats down there, swarming brown velvet in the bright tropical sunlight. And then the tide began to rise. If only it had drowned some of them.
Ship's rats don't drown. No, sir, you cannot drown one of them. They're all climbing up the tower.
This bunch around us is getting thicker.
Say, what's the time?
6:15.
You've got first watch, John.
Right.
Wake me at 10.
I will.
Come along, August.
It was getting dark. One side of the room was lit a soft, filtered red. Sunset through the rats. Oh, very pretty. I set the wicks, checked my fuel, and then lit the lamps. It caught them. Lit them in their gigantic wriggling web of pale, hairless bellies, twitching red tails, bright eyes. Then I started the rotary motor. The light drove them mad as she swung slowly and smoothly about. She blinded them in the fierce stabbing bar of light, moving continually about, ever turning, ever touching, ever moving around and around, and they twitching and shuddering, eyes flaming when they were struck by the light. The bright light moving, and behind on the dark side of the room, so close, I dared not turn my back, but you cannot help turning your back when you're in a room made of glass. On the dark side of the room, you could not see them, but only their eyes. Thousands of points of blank red light, blinking and twinkling like the stars of hell. Louis relieved me at 10, but I didn't get much sleep that night, and when I came up into the gallery early next morning, there stood August, his back to me. He was bowing to the rats, waving his arms and making a speech.
I am going to play once again that magnificent role which made me the toast of the Paris theatre. Prelate, the evil genius of the medieval underworld. I am he who did guide the dark soul of the Marechal into the nether paths. Do not be frightened, little children. I will not hurt you.
I stood staring at him, horror-struck, but he didn't notice me. The man had gone mad. He kept turning, telling his stories to all the rats, leaving no one out. August! August!
Ah, another one. A latecomer. Take a seat on the aisle, dear patron.
August,
move
stop
over
it,
there.
stop it.
Let the gentleman be
But
seated.
he didn't stop.
Come.
He went on, bowing and scraping to the rats, his big blue eyes rolling and winking, his wild red hair waving about him. I grabbed him by the arms, slapped his face. He looked at me like a child, and then his face screwed up. He looked as though he were about to cry. Go below, go on.
Oh, very well then. Later, my dear audience, later. Matinee today.
Sure, he was crazy. But I guess we all were. A few hours later, he came back up and caught Louis and me teasing the rats. Yes, sounds horrible. It was fun. We could get right up against the glass and make faces at them. It drove them crazy. They would scratch away trying to get at our eyes. Louis was even cuter about it. He'd pull a piece of bread out of his pocket and press it against the glass. The rats would scramble into a solid ball, biting each other, clustering like grapes. From time to time, a whole knot of them would slip and fall 110 feet to the surf below.
Look at the sharks!
They're eating them.
The sharks are our friends. Here, I'll get another bunch together. Here, my beauties. That's it. Pile up. Kill each other. There they go!
Auguste joined in, too. Oh, very ingenious Auguste. He learned that if he spread-eagled himself against the glass, they'd bunch and bundle against his figure. Then he'd leap back.
Look! My portrait in rats!
It went on all day, and then I was lying in bed. It was about midnight. I was very tired, and I was just beginning to fall off to sleep when I became conscious of a new sound. Couldn't figure it at first. I got up, lit the lamp, and went to the window. Even as I looked at it, I saw one of the panes begin to sag in. They had eaten the wood away. Louis, come quick!
What? What is it?
They found a way in. I held the glass with my hand. Now they were all going crazy, and assured of the success of this maneuver, were all nibbling away at the wood. Louis ran below and then returned with a large sheet of tin. We spread it against the window and hammered it into place. Even as we did so, we felt the heavy bodies thudding against the other side as the window gave way.
That ought to hold. If it doesn't, we're done for.
Rats can't eat tin.
No, they can't. What was that?
I don't know.
It came from below.
The storeroom window.
They're in. They're swarming up the stairs.
Drop the trap.
Right.
Two of them got in.
Let's go after them.
We didn't have to go after them. They came at us. I leaped to one side and grabbed a marlin spike, swung, and smashed one in midair.
No!
I whirled to see Louis with the other. It had ripped his hand open, and the blood was pouring all over the place. He held his hand aloft and kicked at the snarling rat. I stepped and swung and got him.
My hand! He got my hand!
That's both of them, Louis. I'll get you something to tie that up.
Blood! Look at it! My blood! I'm bleeding!
Now, don't worry about it, Louis. Here, look. I'll wind this kerchief around it. It'll be okay.
Blood!
There, now. It's not bad, just the flesh. And then I became conscious of another new sound. They were gnawing their way through the wooden trapdoor. I watched the wood fascinated. Even as I did, it began to give way, and a bristling, whiskery nose showed through. Louis, we got to go up. Next level was the living quarters and kitchen. I slammed the trapdoor there, too, but it, too, was wood.
My blood. What are we going to do?
I don't know. We'll be through this one in a moment.
The gallery. The trapdoor in the gallery is metal.
Good. Come on. We made it. We lay across the trapdoor exhausted, while below us the rats took over the entire tower. I could hear them howling and fighting over our food supply, our water, our leather. And all about us, the others screamed and glared in at us, swayed in a tangled mass, hypnotized by the ever-turning light. By morning, the air in the little room was horrible. Until now, we'd been getting air from the tower below. Now that was sealed off, and so was all our food and water. We lay exhausted, panting, waiting. The hours crawled on. I was almost dozing from fatigue when I saw a sight that brought me too fast.
Would you like to come in, my beauties? Would you? I hold the powers of life and death, and I can let you in, you know.
Auguste was standing by the glass, and in one hand he held a wrench. He was tapping the glass gently, not quite hard enough to break it. I eased myself to my feet and slowly, very slowly, tiptoed toward him.
All I have to do is tap just a little harder, and
I found a coil of wire in the toolkit, and I trussed him up, fastened him to a stanchion in the center of the room. Louis was of no help. He lay on his side, looking at his bloody hand, weak and sick as a baby. So there I was, a lunatic and a coward for company, and all about watching our little drama, the rats. The day dragged by. The supply boat wasn't due for another 12 days. I don't know what they could have done if they had come. We had only one way of summoning them, and that was to shoot off distress rockets, but the rockets were 4 floors below. And even if they'd been right there in the gallery, I couldn't have opened a window to fire them. That night I tended the light, but its flame was devouring our oxygen. The following day we lay, thirst-tormented, starving, waiting, and the following night I again tended the light, but the small supply of spare wicking we kept in the gallery had become exhausted, and quite suddenly, about midnight, the light went out. There's nothing I could do. Wicks were stored 3 levels below. Nothing I could do. Nothing. From time to time, I'd strike a match to see the clock. When I did, it lit up the million red eyes about us. All about us. Watching. Waiting. Below, it had grown quiet. They'd cleaned us out, and now they, too, were waiting. All waiting. And then the rats, quite suddenly, were silent. And then I heard it. And then I saw the sky and the stars. The rats were gone. I went to the glass. Out there on the water, a small freighter, a banana boat, showing a few lights, came softly and innocently at us. The light was out. They didn't know. I wanted to open the windows, to call out to them, to warn them somehow, but I was afraid. What if the rats were hiding from me, tricking me? So I waited. She grounded very softly on a reef not 200 yards from the quay. Grounded so gently that the man playing the cornet, was he a passenger or crewman off watch, didn't even stop playing. They tried washing her back off. I could have told them to save their fuel. The tide was rising, would have floated her free. And I waited. That's all. That's the story. The sun came up and there wasn't a rat on the whole quay. Every last one of that terrible army had left us, gone back to sea on their new ship. Auguste, insane asylum, he never recovered. And Louis, they took him into Cayenne where he died of blood poisoning from his bite. Oh, yes. Well, that's the whole of it. And if you'll excuse me now, I must go set my traps. No, mouse traps. No rats in this lighthouse, I should say not. Life in the lights isn't bad, but sometimes when I see a strange vessel approaching, I get a little nervous, sure. Somewhere on the seas, there's a little banana boat without a crew. That is, without a human crew.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Tonight we have presented Three Skeleton Key by George Tadouz, adapted for radio by James Poe and starring Vincent Price as Jean. Supporting Mr. Price were Harry Bartell as August and Jeff Corey as Louis. Sound effects on Three Skeleton Key, created by Cliff Thorsness and executed today by Mr. Thorsness, Gus Bays, and Jack Sixsmith, have been awarded the Best of the Year by Radio and Television Life magazine. Harry Essman was at the control panel, and special music was arranged and conducted by Del Castillo. Next week,
you are swimming for your life in the dangerous waters off the Florida Gulf Coast, about to be smashed by a launch carrying a vicious criminal who must kill you or die himself. And on shore, 500 yards away, the police are waiting to arrest you for murder. And there can be no escape.
Next week, we escape with an exciting tale of temptation and death on the Gulf Coast of Florida, as John and Gwen Bagney tell it in Danger at Matagumba. Goodbye, then, until the same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. A patch of weeds, a boxer's biography, and a mild, lukewarm bath. They're all clues that lead the police of Jackson, Michigan, to a killer in the gangbuster story on CBS this Saturday night. It's the case of the double push, to be heard on most of these same CBS stations this Saturday night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.